In the ancient eras before the Earth was ruled by true giant dinosaurs, there existed a life form that best understood how to overcome motion with stillness. Its 9-meter-long body appeared somewhat clumsy in this world, and every single step of its thick limbs demanded immense patience and restraint. Tonight, beside the softly flickering hearth, let us step into its true life along with this story that requires no effort to remember. This dinosaur was Rheogosaurus, a sauropodomorph pioneer that chose ultimate slowness to counter the world's clamor early in evolutionary history. In common perception, early ancient creatures had to rely on swift running and sharp claws to survive brutal species competition. But Rheogosaurus was the exact opposite, its bodily structure destined it to move exceptionally slowly, where even turning around took an extended amount of time. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly disadvantageous slowness that allowed it to find its own way of survival at the precipice of mass extinction. It possessed the dullest nervous system on Earth, yet held an incredibly acute and precise perception of shifts in ambient temperature and the direction of the breeze. Whenever dusk arrived, as the entire Triassic plain was painted a warm caramel hue by the remnants of the sunset, it began its most solemn daily quest. It was searching for a windless, sheltered valley, and a flat rock that had basked in the sun all day, now radiating a deep, comforting warmth. On the Argentine plains over 200 million years ago, the climate was often far more volatile than we imagine. Days were unbearably hot, while nights brought bone-chilling winds. For early reptiles lacking a homeothermic system, the arrival of night was nothing less than a silent test of survival. While Coelophysis of the same era huddled tightly together in dried-up riverbeds to preserve body heat, Rheogosaurus trudged slowly and solitary across the wilderness. Each of its strides seemed deeply deliberated, its pillar-like limbs stepping heavily into the soft soil, leaving behind one steady footprint after another. Its long neck swayed gently in midair, completely ignoring the small predators sprinting frantically and tearing at one another beside it. In the internal world of Rheogosaurus, those creatures relying on speed to secure food often consumed their own lives prematurely in that very speed. It envied no one, it simply and calmly felt the temperature dropping in the air, perceiving the chilly wind blowing from the north. This sensitivity to the environment was an instinct forged by the pressures of its era, and the highest wisdom evolved beneath its heavy frame. It needed to find a rock wall high enough to shield it from the freezing midnight gales that could strip away all warmth. The setting sun cast its somewhat bulky body into a long, gentle shadow, resembling an ancient ascetic monk practicing solitary cultivation in the twilight. This nonconformity and slowness caused Rheogosaurus plenty of hardship in its youth, nearly costing its life on multiple occasions. Its herds were never large, because most of its kind were ruthlessly eliminated by natural laws in infancy due to their inability to keep up with the pace. But the Rheogosaurus before us was a miracle. Its temperament was even more serene than its peers, and it possessed an extraordinary endurance. Throughout its long life, it was pushed into corners by predators countless times, yet it never ran in panic, knowing its body could not support such movement. Its only weapon was its thick, heavy tail, alongside a flawless utilization of terrain and boulders, something requiring ultimate clarity amidst crisis. Once, a hungry Herosaurus targeted it from the brush, the agile beast circling and testing it at high speeds. Any other dinosaur might have exposed a fatal vulnerability out of terror, but Rheogosaurus stood firmly in place like an unyielding monolith. It leaned the better part of its body against a steep stone wall, leaving only its thickest back facing the enemy, letting the Herosaurus roar in frustration around it. The tension in that dynamic tightened to the absolute limit in the dead air, but ultimately, the impatient predator chose to give up against its entirely unbothered stance. The price behind that decision was several claw marks left deep enough to show bone, but this taught it entirely how to peacefully coexist with its own heaviness. As the edge of the sun began to touch the western mountain ridges, the wind on the plain grew somewhat boisterous, rustling the low-growing ferns. The skin of Rheogosaurus began to feel a subtle chill, and it understood that the time remaining to find a haven was running short. Yet, it still did not accelerate its pace. Its limbs maintained a constant rhythm like an ancient pendulum, walking resolutely toward a hidden canyon. It was a low-lying area cradled by two immense sandstone hills, a natural microclimate reserve in geographical terms. As it stepped deeper into this valley, the roaring winds outside began to fade gradually, until finally, nothing remained around it but its own heavy breathing. The air here was like a lake deliberately forgotten by time, calm, serene, without a single ripple, perfectly matching its fastidious demands for shelter. At the center of the valley lay several massive, dark red basalt boulders, exposed on the surface after absorbing a full day of scorching sunlight. Rheojosaurus walked slowly to the largest boulder. It did not lie down immediately, but gently touched the rock surface with its thick footpad. The burning, enduring temperature seeping from inside the stone instantly spread through its massive, exhausted body. Its muscles, stiff from the long trek, began to loosen involuntarily the moment they contacted this warmth. Within this completely windless valley, Rheojosaurus began to complete its most enjoyable and sacred daily sleeping ritual. It first bent its thick forelimbs deliberately, allowing its heavy chest to lower inch by inch against the giant rock radiating with deep warmth. Soon after, its massive hind limbs yielded into a kneeling position, and its entire 9-meter-long frame rested completely upon it in an exceptionally relaxed posture. As its abdomen and skin made broad contact with the warm stone surface, an intensely satisfied, low rumble escaped from deep within its throat. That sound was like a low-frequency resonance originating from the depths of the ancient earth, overflowing with gratitude toward nature, carrying a profound sense of groundedness and peace after weathering hardships. The energy accumulated by the sun throughout the day now transformed into a continuous warm current, gently enveloping it and permeating its bones and joints. The minor scrapes sustained during the day and the nerves kept taut in the wind were completely comforted at this moment. Above the valley, the first star lit up quietly in the indigo night sky, and the surrounding world slipped into darkness with absolute gentleness. Rheojosaurus quietly enjoyed being enveloped by this heat, each of its breaths growing longer and lighter. The bulkiness and slowness once misunderstood by the world became the most perfect camouflage here, blending it completely with this ancient rock. Rheojosaurus finally closed its eyes, which were filled with lifetimes of stories, entering the sweetest dreamland within the windless, warm valley. Its life left behind no earth-shattering roars, nor did it rule an era like the later Tyrannosaurus rex. It simply lived its life at a crawl. Yet, in this most basic and restrained manner, it demonstrated to us the ultimate gentleness a life form can display when facing a brutal environment. The sheltered valley and the heat-radiating rock it found were not just a sanctuary for its body, but a silent echo left to that clamorous era. When we feel internal anxiety, bodily exhaustion, or find ourselves shivering in the cold winds of life during the long night, we might as well think of this ancient dinosaur. Think of how it paced slowly in the twilight, and think of that giant rock that basked in the sun all day, radiating deep warmth. Try to relax your tense limbs just like Rheojosaurus, drop all your defenses, and yield your body entirely to the warm bed beneath you. No matter how fierce the external winds are, they cannot blow into your internal sheltered valley. No matter how long the night is, it cannot strip away the profound sleepiness that belongs to you. The night is deep now, the final smear of twilight over the plain has completely vanished, and all living things have settled into tranquility amidst peace. May you drift into a warm and deep ancient dream accompanied by the residual warmth of the rock, within the long, satisfied breathing of Rheojosaurus. In the late Cretaceous period, dominated by speed and strength, thrilling life-and-death chases were played out daily across the land. However, on the edge of the desolate and quiet Gobi, there existed a completely opposite miracle of life. It possessed an extreme slowness that puzzled all predators, yet it had safely lived through countless autumns and springs in the harsh natural laws. Tonight, let us listen to the gently jumping fire and this story that does not require effort to remember, and enter its true life. This is the life of the Nymongosaurus, a gentle life naturally carrying a slow-motion gene, silently maintaining tranquility in the dark night. When the sky full of stars replaced the harsh sunlight, and the Earth's temperature began to dissipate, the time truly belonged to it began. Scientists' fossils revealed its strange and slightly clumsy skeleton, but they could not restore its unhurried elegance in the deep night. It never used running to fight for territory, nor did it use roaring to vent fear. It lived its life as a soothing lullaby. At this moment, the day's hustle and bustle have long sunk underground with the setting sun, and the outline of the distant mountains has become soft and blurred in the night. That plump, calm-eyed Nymongosaurus is standing quietly deep within a thick ancient shrub. It does not need to prove anything to the world, nor does it intend to cater to the cruel torrent of the times. It just breathes according to its own rhythm. For the next period, there will be no intense conflicts, nor merciless twists of fate, only its long dark night. When your thoughts sync along with its extremely slow movements, you will find that sleep is actually an extremely natural thing. The first crack driving Nymongosaurus's fate towards ultimate tranquility occurred on a very ordinary evening. At that time, a huge, pathologically dark red setting sun was hanging on the horizon, and the air was filled with the oppressive current of an approaching thunderstorm. On the distant plain, herds of predators were borrowing the last of the light to wildly chase the panicked herbivorous dinosaur groups. The entire earth was slightly shaking, and countless weak lives were mercilessly trampled, torn, and swallowed in the torrent of the times. However, the young Nymongosaurus was stubbornly staying on the edge of the shrubs, allowing its companions beside it to urge it, but it refused to speed up even half a step. That naturally carrying, engraved in the bones slow pace, in that moment filled with crisis and anxiety, seemed so out of place, even a bit ridiculous. Its mother had tried to use her body to push it forward, but its limbs were like ancient tree roots deeply rooted in the ground, heavy and resolute. At that moment it watched helplessly as the torrent of the herd disappeared at the end of the canyon, while it was left alone in the encroaching boundless darkness. This was an extremely abnormal identity choice. In everyone's view, life that could not keep up with speed was destined to become the first fire to be extinguished in the dark night. But in the huge and deep eyes of the Nymongosaurus, there was no sign of panic, only an almost cold calm. It slowly lowered its head, leisurely picking up a remaining tender leaf from the trampled grass, and chewing it extremely slowly in its mouth. The day world was filled with cruelty with speed, while it, at the starting point of the black night, built an invisible defense wall for itself with extreme slowness. It began to understand that blind running cannot bring true safety, but rather will exhaust the last of life's energy in endless anxiety. So, it turned around, one step by one step, with an almost wholly slow pace, walking towards the depths of that silent shrub. Deep night thoroughly ruled this ancient land, and the daytime violence and cruelty were gently covered by darkness. The Nymongosaurus stopped in front of a giant, low shrub hung with deep purple ancient fruits. The surrounding air was cold and clear, and the gentle wind on the Gobi beach blew through the leaves, making a rustling sound like waves hitting the shore. It slowly extended that plump forelimb, with 3 sharp but rounded claws, its movement so slow it was like a static oil painting. That forelimb moved in the air for a full few minutes before finally gently and steadily touching that fruit shimmering with weak light under the moonlight. Its claws were usually used for self-defense, but at this moment, it retracted all power perfectly, appearing extremely delicate and gentle. It, extremely slowly, closed its claws, using the side of its fingertips to gently lean against the fruit's skin, and then began to peel off that hard shell with an almost faint range. That unhurried action, as if in this world, peeling this fruit was the only thing existing and the only thing worth completing at this very moment. The surrounding quiet night, in this instant, seemed to be infinitely elongated by its action, and even the flow of time became extremely sticky. A small insect, also belonging to the night, quietly perched on the scales of its forelimb, its antenna slightly shaking, but not at all startled away by this giant creature. Nymongosaurus's heart was extremely resolute. It knew in this deep night, no danger could break this sense of solitude personally woven by it. Its psychology became incredibly tough over long evolution. Outside disturbances had nothing to do with it, it only lived in this inch-square place beneath its feet. Its body's every scale reflected a gentle, dull luster in the night, its skin relaxing with every weak breath of the earth. That slow pace emanating from the bone marrow, fighting the anxiety of the times, began to seep inch by inch into the surrounding air along with its action. As the night grew deeper, the sky was covered with brilliant and dense stars, a pure firmament never seen by modern humans. The Nymongosaurus finally peeled off the fruit's shell, revealing the plump, faintly fragrant fruit flesh inside. However, it was not in a hurry to send the fruit flesh into its mouth, but slightly closed its eyes, its long neck, extremely slowly, drooping down. It gently pressed its forehead against the thick shrub branch, allowing the cool night dew to slowly slide down its cheek, taking away a trace of heat lingering from the day. At this moment, it was experiencing a special psychological ritual unique to Nymongosaurus, regulating its breathing and heart rate in the deep night. What was it thinking? Maybe it was recalling the back of the herd disappearing that evening, or maybe it was thinking nothing at all, just purely feeling the rhythm of life. In that era worshipping survival of the fittest, every one of its kind was, exhausted, running east and escaping west for whether they could live tomorrow. Only it, in this forgotten shrub, found a power relationship belonging to itself, the absolute control over its own time. It did not need to cater to the pace of any predator, nor did it need to prove its value to its kind. Its existence itself was a silent struggle. Its breathing began to become deeper and deeper, slower and slower, each inhalation as if to incorporate the solitude of the entire starry sky into its broad chest. And each exhalation was accompanied by an extremely low, calm throat sound, slowly undulating in the empty ancient wasteland. That sound had an indescribable fate, like the earth itself in thousands of years of frost and snow, uttering a long sigh of relief. Those ancient mammals hiding in the depths of the dirt, listening to this regular and serene boom, all fell into the deepest, safest dreamland. For they knew, as long as this gentle titan was still breathing at this rhythm, this night was absolutely safe, no danger dared to approach. The night deepened to its ultimate moment, the cold and intoxicating blind zone before dawn. The Nymongsaurus slowly opened its eyes, the moon now having inclined westward, pulling out an extremely gentle, long shadow of its huge and slightly bloated body. It finally sent that fruit, which had been peeled for a long time, into its mouth, with no violent tearing, only extremely slow, meticulous repeated chewing. The juice's aroma slowly spread in its mouth, that sense of satisfaction making a refined expression faintly appear on its broad cheek. It enjoyed nature's gift at the slowest speed in its life, every action of swallowing like a profound tribute to life. In this deep night deciding fate, it used its own way to break the dinosaur world survival paradox. Slow does not mean extinction, but rather a more advanced concealment. It completely integrated itself into this shrub, into the sound of the wind, into the night, becoming an inseparable symbol of this ancient night. At this time, those daytime betrayals, those abandonments, those misunderstandings of its slowness, were all completely dissolved under this pure starry sky. It did not need anyone to understand it, because this ancient earth had already given it the most just and profound embrace with the most gentle dark night. Its sturdy hind limb slightly bent, its plump body began to sink down bit by bit, finally steadily, lying on the ground covered with dry fallen leaves. At the instant the ground touched its body, it made an extremely muffled, rubbing sound, making one feel incomparably solid. It spread its long neck smoothly by its side, its head quietly pillowing on a piece of soft dirt, its eyes again slowly, heavily closing. Its body completely relaxed at this moment, all muscles losing their tense power, only its chest still maintaining an extremely slow rise and fall. That was a pure tranquility that transcended the limits of the species, slowly soothing every weary soul through the long time-space echo. When the edge of the distant horizon began to secretly show a very elegant, near-transparent fish belly white, this long night was finally drawing its curtain. The Nymongsaurus still quietly, lying, deep within the shrub, its breathing already weak enough to almost integrate with the morning breeze, difficult to distinguish. The daytime world was about to revive, with cruel competition and endless running again dominating that vast plain. But in these past dozens of minutes, this ancient giant, naturally carrying the slow-motion gene, used its lifetime to open an eternal clean land for us in this cold world. With that plump claw, that fruit peeled for a long time, and that unhurried pace, it answered all the riddles we posed in the preface. It left no earth-shaking legend, nor left any awe-inspiring fame, it merely left the ultimate tenderness and certainty to this earth that embraced it. Now, the story's voice is gradually fading, and that tens of millions of years old Cretaceous memory should also return to the depths of dirt and fossils to sleep. But the tranquility that Nymongsaurus left in the night will turn into the gentlest evening wind at your pillow, long guarding your sleep. Do not think any more about tomorrow's narrowness and rush, nor worry any more about daytime mistakes. In this world, slowing down is also an irreplaceable dignity. Its long neck will always be on the edge of your dreams, shielding you from the dust of the world. Its deep breathing will be your most solid companion tonight. Now, please completely relax your every nerve, allowing boundless drowsiness like a warm tide to completely, gently wrap you in this ancient dream cured by the dark night. Sleep peacefully. Good night, in this silent long night belonging to you. Good night, may you have a most pure, most sweet dream. On that boundless ancient plain, there once existed a behemoth that seemed to slow down time itself. It required no roaring to display its might, its mere footsteps across the earth carried a reassuring, steady rhythm. Tonight, beside the softly flickering hearth, let us immerse ourselves in the true life of the Daxiaditan, accompanied by this story that requires no effort to remember. What made the Daxiaditan most awe-inspiring was not its miraculous, 30-meter-long frame, but its profound gentleness when facing the night. As the sun dipped fully beneath the horizon, this colossal titanosaur would slowly bend its knees in the deep quiet. When its massive body, bearing dozens of tons, met the ground, it caused no destructive tremors. Instead, it released a deeply muffled, resonant, low-frequency hum. The sound rippled across the open wilderness, entirely devoid of violence, carrying the meditative, soul-soothing essence of an ancient singing bowl. Every creature that heard it would gradually grow still, as if it were the deep breathing of Mother Earth in the dark, smoothing away all restlessness and anxiety. Yet, a dragon capable of soothing the entire world would face the deepest solitude and vigil in the final chapters of its life. As the climate grew progressively arid and the once lush forests began to wither patch by patch, the Daxiaditan had to confront the most brutal conflict between its body and the changing environment. In the memories of the Daxiaditan, the edge of the plain had once been an endless ocean of deep green. Waking up each morning, it needed only to slightly raise its sky-piercing neck to reach the tenderest, moisture-rich canopy. The air back then was humid, and the breeze sweeping over its broad back carried the distinct fragrance of soil and ancient ferns. The giant's perception of space was entirely different from that of ordinary creatures. In its eyes, a distance of several kilometers was but a dozen slow, measured strides. It walked with immense deliberation, for every single step demanded the coordination of a vast and precise muscular system to counteract the Earth's gravity. This ultimate slowness made it appear as a detached, stoic observer in a clamorous prehistoric world. However, the fractures that alter fate often happen in the most inconspicuous moments of calm, not with thunder and lightning, but through a silent, creeping desiccation. Starting from an unremembered season, the rains from heaven turned stingy, and the once wet monsoons gradually lost their warmth. The Daxiaditan found that the distance it had to traverse each day grew longer, as those towering trees withered at a visible pace. It began to gaze into the distance more frequently, its eyes shimmering with a quiet yet profound worry, the most primal instinct sensing a shift in its world. As water and food retreated deeper into the plain, the Daxiaditan was forced to embark on a long and grueling migration. Its immense size, which had once been an unrivaled advantage keeping it safe from any predator, now became its heaviest burden. With every step, its joints endured crushing pressure, yet it had no choice but to mechanically move forward through the scorching air. Throughout this journey, the giant demonstrated an astonishing endurance, its breathing consistently maintaining a low and steady cadence. It was as though its willpower had built a dam within its body, firmly locking in every precious drop of moisture and energy, refusing to let them waste away. Along the way, it encountered many scurrying small dinosaurs running and screaming in panic, squandering what little stamina they had left. The Daxiaditan merely watched them with a calm gaze, a look devoid of pity or condescension, carrying only a deep understanding that had seen it all. It knew that before the laws of nature, any excess anxiety was futile, only restraint and endurance could lead to the next oasis. When night fell once more over the plain that had baked all day, the Daxiaditan halted its heavy steps again, preparing for its most solemn daily ritual. Under a canopy of countless stars, it slowly bent its four pillar-like legs, allowing its exhausted yet magnificent body to settle inch by inch toward the earth. As the body of the Daxiaditan finally rested against the dry earth, that familiar, singing bowl-like low-frequency hum resonated once more. This time, the sound was deeper than ever before, penetrating the hardened soil and echoing endlessly beneath the vast night sky. It was a sound born from the vibration of the earth and the resonance of the dragon's bones, subdued, restrained, and possessed of a magic that made all defenses drop. The small animals around, previously restless from thirst, miraculously quieted down one by one upon hearing this deep boom. They gathered around the volcano-like body of the Daxiaditan, finding a long-lost sense of security within its immense shadow and radiant warmth. Sensing the approach of these tiny lives, the giant did not drive them away. Instead, it gently adjusted its breathing, making the airflow even gentler. On this silent night, it was no longer just a giant dinosaur searching for survival, it had become the sole sanctuary and spiritual totem of this parched plain. In this moment, its internal state underwent a subtle transformation. The anxiety brought by the environmental shift gradually dissolved into a serene acceptance of fate under the companionship of these tiny creatures. It began to understand that being immense did not mean ruling or taking, rather, it meant being able to bear a little more of the world's weight when the storm arrives. The moonlight washed over its rough, resilient skin, tracing a silhouette like a rolling mountain range, freezing this moment into the gentlest portrait of the ancient night that in the 10th week of the migration, the Daxiaditon finally reached the last wetland at the edge of the plain, but the sight before it plunged it into a long silence. The once vast lake had shrunk into scattered, isolated muddy pools, surrounded by hundreds of migratory prehistoric creatures. The extreme scarcity of resources had ignited brutal competition. The air was thick with the scent of blood and unrest as creatures fought their final battles for survival. The Daxiaditon stepped into this chaos with heavy strides, and its arrival instantly struck the rowdy scene into a deathly silence. No creature dared to challenge such a presence, yet the Daxiaditon did not use its size to monopolize the remaining clean water. It simply walked silently to the outermost ring of the muddy pool, lowered its noble head, and drank the murky water mixed with silt. Every single one of its movements was so graceful and composed, as if the surrounding chaos had nothing to do with it, it lived solely within its own rhythm. In the days that followed, the Daxiaditon became a peculiar guardian of this wetland. It did not participate in the conflicts, yet its massive presence maintained a delicate balance. Whenever night fell, it would still slowly kneel and settle peacefully by the mud pools, releasing that meditative, bowl-like resonance. That muffled, low-frequency sound echoed punctually in the night sky every day, like a silent elegy, and like a lullaby to soothe all despairing souls. The Daxiaditon never left that wetland again. It chose to leave its massive frame forever on the boundless plain it so dearly loved. On a night filled with a sky of brilliant stars, it completed the ritual of slowly kneeling for the very last time, the contact of its body with the earth triggering a final resonance. That singing bowl-like boom lingered in the night air for a very long time, until it merged with the wind, becoming the eternal background note of this land. In this most restrained, most gentle manner, it answered the ultimate riddle of life, immensity, and time. What the Daxiaditon truly left behind was not the skeleton that would turn to fossil millions of years later, but that unyielding serenity and dignity in the face of a cataclysmic fate. When we feel anxious and exhausted in the long night, we might as well picture the Daxiaditon slowly settling down beneath the starlight. Listen to that muffled, low-frequency hum traveling from ancient times, letting it carry away all the heat and smooth the creases of the soul. The world is vast, time is long, and at this very moment, all you need to do is lie down securely, just like that ancient giant, and relax your breathing. The night is deep now, the wind over the plain has carried away the lingering warmth of the day, and everything has returned to tranquility. May you drift into a deep dreamland free of turmoil, filled only with peace, within the gentlest breath of the Daxiaditon. In that Jurassic era filled with the roaring of colossal beasts and the violent trembling of the earth, there was a tranquil corner exceptionally favored by time. While monsters dozens of meters long fought for territory in the dense forests, a small and fragile life found the most buoyant way to exist beside the wetlands. Tonight, beside the softly flickering hearth, let us step into its true life along with this story that requires no effort to remember. This dinosaur was Tyenkosaurus, a small ankylosaur living on the edges of clear lakes and marshes. In the common stereotype of many, armor-clad ankylosaurs were destined only to pace heavily across the hard land, stubbornly defending their final lines with tail clubs and osteoderms. Yet Tyenkosaurus became an incredible paradox. It transformed its seemingly heavy, even cumbersome bony armor into a most secure little boat. When it felt exhausted or when danger drew near, it would not lock its body tightly into the soil like its relatives. Instead, it chose to walk gently toward that mirror-flat water. It would tuck its limbs slightly against its sides, allowing its armor, buoyed by its unique, hollow, air-chambered structure, to float steadily in the center of the clear lake. Faint ripples swayed lazily in the darkness, bringing it a cradle-like sensation reminiscent of a mother's embrace, instantly driving away all surrounding noise. However, before this gentle creature could enjoy such ultimate relaxation, it too had to endure countless trials of pressure from the earth and brutal twists of fate. On the early Jurassic wilderness, the climate fluctuated far more violently than we imagine, and the once continuous forests began to fracture under frequent tectonic movements. Tyankosaurus and its herd originally searched for low-growing ferns among the woodland trees for food, but their size appeared far too insignificant before the newly emerging predators. Its limbs were not suited for swift, long-distance sprinting, and whenever an agile carnivorous dinosaur peered greedily from the brush, Tyankosaurus could only rely on instinct to curl up. Though its hard osteoderms could block sharp teeth and claws, they could not withstand the violent trampling and crushing weight brought by the sheer size of those massive beasts. Every conflict on land was an absolute torment to the nerves of Tyankosaurus. It had to bury its body deeply within the scorching sand in absolute terror. Across countless trembling days, its psychological state began to undergo a subtle shift, and it started to resist the rigid, uncertain surface of the land. The rift of fate occurred on a pouring afternoon when a flash flood swept down the dried riverbeds, flushing many small creatures unable to escape into the vast lake. Tyankosaurus was also dragged into the murky vortex. Just when it believed its heavy armor would drag it to the bottom, bringing the most unsettling end, a miracle quietly happened. It discovered with surprise that as long as it maintained its balance and refrained from frantic struggling, its broad, flat, and hollow-chambered armor would naturally buoyant up. In that moment, the chilly water did not become its grave. Instead, it acted like a pair of vast, gentle hands, lifting it softly out of the endless, brutal competition of the land. This accidental immersion became the most crucial turning point in the life of Tyankosaurus, and it thoroughly learned how to coexist peacefully with this once unfamiliar water. It began to spend vast amounts of time strolling along the lake shores, its psychology gradually transforming from a fear of water into a deep attachment. It discovered that as long as it retreated to where the water reached its waist, those predators that were lightning fast and tyrannical on land would stop at the muddy shore, deterred. In this process, the tension in the relationship between Tyankosaurus and the surrounding world underwent a wondrous reversal. It was no longer the bottom-tier underdog shivering in the forest. At the water's edge, it built a psychological defense that no terrestrial monster could ever breach. Yet, having grown accustomed to a life on the water, Tyankosaurus also had to face the hidden costs of this new environment. The depths of the lake were not absolutely safe. Occasionally, massive ancient aquatic reptiles cruised through the dark, deep waters, searching for prey that had fallen in. Therefore, Tyankosaurus learned to float only in the steady, clear shallow zones and the tranquil inlets along the lake, never easily venturing into those bottomless, icy abysses. With astonishing patience, it observed the daily rhythms of the currents, where the ripples were gentlest, and which bay streams could keep it from drifting too far when it closed its eyes. This ultimate exploration of its surroundings allowed it to evolve a near philosophical restraint beneath its heavy armor. It took only the tranquility it needed, never coveting a drop more. As the last golden glow of the sunset faded slowly along the horizon, the distant forests began to be swallowed by a thick twilight. Having eaten its fill of the tender, moisture-rich water weeds along the shore, Tyankosaurus stepped with light, slow paces, once again wading inch by inch into its beloved, silent lake. The water bathed its rough skin, washing away the heat and exhaustion accumulated from a full day of walking on land. It gently paddled its short limbs, and when the depth was sufficient to lift its 90-odd kilogram weight, it closed its limbs with practiced ease, letting its entire body enter a state of complete flotation. Those neatly arranged osteoderms, carrying the ancient texture of time, now resembled a meticulously crafted ancient dugout canoe, steadily carrying the entirety of its life. As a gentle breeze brushed across the water, fine, visible ripples rippled outward around its thick shell upon the mirror-flat lake. Tyankosaurus raised its short, delicate head slightly, its clear and stoic eyes watching the sky transform from a warm orange-red into a deep indigo. It did not need to remain constantly vigilant in the dead of night like other dinosaurs, nor did it need to scurry about looking for a safe tree hollow. In this calm expanse of water that belonged entirely to it, all dangers were barred outside by the gentle water. It lived solely within the soft, swaying cadence of the ripples. That cadence was so constant and soothing, carrying an intangible power that began to smooth away the most hidden creases of its soul. Night fell completely, and the star-filled sky, like countless delicate diamonds, reflected clearly on the clear lake surface without a single ripple. At this moment, Tyankisaurus was like floating in the center of a vast blanket woven from the starlight, its eyes, written with absolute peace, already completely closed. Along with the faint water motion, its thick frame swayed lazily left and right on the surface, each movement so minute it was almost imperceptible. This frequency possessed a wondrous, ultimate relaxation akin to an ancient cradle, capable of making any creature listening to its story let down all defenses unconsciously. On this silent night, it uttered no high-pitched cries, there was only the occasional long breath escaping from its nasal passages due to its extreme state of relaxation. Those small ancient birds and insects resting in the reed beds nearby seemed inspired by this peaceful aura, ceasing all their noise. The entire world became exceptionally restrained and gentle in this instant. There was no blood of the hunt, no anxiety of survival, only a small boat drifting slowly under the starlight. The inner world of Tyankisaurus reached a perfect fullness at this point. It achieved the most thorough reconciliation with this world by using its clumsiest body upon the lightest water surface. The moonlight refracted a cool, soft glow between the cracks of its back osteoderms, silhouetting it like an ancient miracle that had slept in the wetlands for hundreds of millions of years. It no longer needed to think about what tomorrow's land would become. Right now, this mirror-flat water was its eternal harbor. Under the gentle caress of the ripples, Tyankisaurus finally fell into the deepest, most carefree ancient dreamland. In the vast history of paleontology, its life might only be a minor interlude. It did not leave behind massive skeletons capable of shaking the earth. Yet, through its unique logic of life, it answered the most captivating riddle of existence, concerning survival, armor, and letting go. What it left to this world was not the white bones of plunder, but that faint ripple that forever maintained its steady, lazy sway in the deep of the night. When we find ourselves suffocated by daily pressure and clamorous trivialities in the long night, feeling our bodies as heavy as an unremovable suit of armor, we might as well gently sketch the image of Tyankisaurus in our minds. Go look at that ancient lake, flat as a mirror beneath the starlight. Try to relax your tense limbs just like Tyankisaurus, completely yield your entire body to the soft and warm bed beneath you. Allow the tide of your thoughts to drift lazily like faint water ripples, carrying you toward that sheltered harbor free from any disturbance. The night is very deep now, the breeze along the shore has carried away all the heat of the day, and the world is falling asleep in the darkness in the gentlest way possible. May you, within the ultimate cradle-like relaxation of Tyankisaurus and accompanied by the silent ripples of the ancient lake, peacefully enter a deep dreamland filled only with tranquility and devoid of clamor. On that land filled with feral snapping and rampaging behemoths, the laws of survival were often so cold they carried not a shred of warmth. While those monsters whose sizes blotted out the sky crushed one another in endless greed, a small and delicate life managed to live in a completely different manner. Tonight, beside the softly flickering hearth, let us step into its true life along with this story that requires no effort to remember. This dinosaur was Bellosaurus, a short-necked sauropod that lived during the Middle-Late Jurassic, exceptionally small in body and delicate in appearance. In a sauropod family where size was truth, the 5-meter-long frame of Bellosaurus made it seem like a fragile, elegant anomaly. They had no towering necks to overlook the world, nor tail clubs to shatter everything. In the brutal ecological chain, they seemed ready to be swallowed by storms at any moment. Yet Bellosaurus possessed the most miraculous sanctuary on Earth, the unreserved, total trust and group bond they shared with one another. Whenever the freezing dark descended upon the wilderness, they would consciously huddle toward the center, pressing their warm bodies tightly together without an ounce of defense. Their delicate, short necks would intertwine gently in the night, delivering their most vulnerable throats and breathing to their most trusted companions. This simple, secure sense of snuggling among social animals was like an intangible yet intensely hot spring, capable of instantly filling all the loneliness between heaven and earth. On the ancient continent 200 million years ago, tectonic shifts triggered frequent climatic anomalies, and the once warm, humid monsoons began to carry a bone-chilling cold. The woodlands where Bellosaurus nested frequently saw cold, heavy frost mists descend at night. For these creatures lacking homeothermic feathers, this was a harsh rift of life. During this period, organisms operating alone endured immense risks. Not only did they have to watch for predators lurking in the shadows, but they also had to combat the ruthless loss of body heat. At that time, some solitary small predators still survived in the forest. They were agile and lethal by day, but by midnight, they would huddle shivering in cold rock piles out of loneliness and frost. Yet Bellosaurus never fell into such despair. Their perception of their companion's body heat transcended all fear of terrestrial dangers. Within this herd, there was a particular Bellosaurus that was even smaller than its peers, possessing an exceptionally stoic demeanor. We might as well call it Xiao Qiao in our story. Xiao Qiao's temperament within the herd was somewhat introverted. Its movements were always gentler than those of other companions, its face carrying a clean, restrained expression. On a sudden freezing night, a piercing gale blew away the last traces of warmth on the plain, the rampaging wind making low wails through the treetops. Being young and physically weak, Xiao Qiao's limbs shook uncontrollably on the frozen mud, its body heat rapidly draining through its rough skin, bringing it to the brink of the most unsettling end. Just when it thought it was about to be swallowed by this icy darkness, several elder Bellosaurus silently shifted their steady strides, slowly closing in on it from all sides. Those elder Bellosaurus used their thick, warm frames to solidly block the knife-like, piercingly cold gales blowing from Xiao Qiao's flank. They uttered no irritable cries, they simply lowered their heads submissively in the dark, using their moist breaths to gently brush over Xiao Qiao's somewhat rigid forehead. In that moment, the protective drive and dynamic within the group were displayed flawlessly. This was no condescending charity, but a deep-seated instinct for mutual reliance rooted in their genes. The nerves of Xiao Qiao, which had been taut with terror, relaxed completely the instant it was enveloped by the volcano-hot body temperature of its companions. It submissively extended its limbs, pressing its small body tightly against the broad ribcages of its companions, listening to that booming, steady heartbeat. Subsequently, an even more tender scene unfolded quietly in the silent frost. The companions began to move their necks interchangeably. One after another, short necks of modest length traced a soothing curve under the dim moonlight, intertwining as if weaving an organic mesh composed of life in the air. Xiao Qiao also gently rested its delicate neck on the shoulder and back of the companion beside it, its skin absorbing the deep warmth rising from beneath the companion's rough osteoderms. The tension within this dynamic reached a perfect equilibrium during this bitter night. No fighting, no pushing away, only absolute acceptance and cradling. The circumstances of the era ruthlessly squeezed their living space, yet within the gaps of pressing against one another, they found their most secure psychological haven. As the first ray of dawn broke through the heavy white frost, Xiao Qiao and its companions opened their clear eyes slowly amid the deep warmth. The brutal catastrophe of last night, which was enough to freeze countless solitary lives to death, ultimately left nothing but a thin layer of dew on their thick backs, which was quickly melted away by their body heat. The Bellosaurus stood up under the caress of the sun, regaining their past vivacity, stepping with light paces through the morning mist to forage for tender leaves covered in sweet nectar. Xiao Qiao's life underwent a fundamental transformation from this point forward. It no longer feared the dark night, but instead looked forward to each sundown with a cozy anticipation. As the years rolled by, Xiao Qiao gradually grew up under the sanctuary of the group. Its face maintained that signature delicacy, while its gaze grew increasingly serene and resolute. Within the herd, it began to play the role of those elders from its youth, using its own expanding back to shield the newly born baby Bellosaurus from wind and rain. They lived beneath the vast shadows of Yanquinosaurus and Monolophosaurus. Those powerful predators rampaged through the jungle, yet they could never thoroughly shatter the Bellosaurus herd. Because whenever crisis struck, the Bellosaurus never scattered in flight. They would rapidly form the tightest defensive ring, sheltering young lives in the most core, secure position. This choice of mutual sacrifice was their ultimate wisdom, yielding a partial loss to secure the life of the entire group, a concept thoroughly misunderstood by many solitary beasts. In the eyes of predators who knew only slaughter, these small fellows were merely lambs to the butchered, completely unaware of the indestructible group power contained within their bodies. On a Jurassic midnight filled with a canopy of stars yet exceptionally still, the wind over the wilderness had completely died down, and the air was laced with the faint scent of ferns. Having reached adulthood, Xiao Qiao and its partners returned once more to their most familiar low-lying valley to greet the conclusion of the day. The night sky was like a vast blanket woven from indigo velvet, gently draped over their heads, thoroughly barring all noise and heat out. The Bellosaurus stepped with light, measured paces, as regular and constant as a pendulum, huddling toward the valley center with a tacit understanding, their limbs making rustling sounds against the sand. Xiao Qiao stood securely at a certain spot on the outermost ring, its body radiating a healthy, hot temperature, welcoming the approach of several young companions by its side. Their massive yet compact bodies pressed tightly together without a single gap, the texture of their skin refracting a low saturation, ancient gray-brown sheen under the faint moonlight. Xiao Qiao lowered its head slowly, gently extending its delicate short neck to intertwine horizontally and vertically with the necks of two partners beside it. That simple, secure sense of snuggling flowed quietly beneath the silent night sky, like a wordless lullaby carrying an ultimate magic that made all things let go. Each breath became immensely long and light. They closed their eyes, letting their body temperatures fuse in the air, turning into a continuous current of deep warmth. On this night favored by fate and time, they were no longer insignificant underdogs of the dinosaur era, but wise beings possessing the most luxurious, peaceful dreamland in the world. Amid the gentle intertwining of short necks and the resonance of one another's heartbeats, the Bellosaurus fell completely into that deep ancient dreamland free of slaughter and filled only with mutual reliance. Their small remains turned into cold fossils after hundreds of millions of years, yet the warmth of their sleeping embrace in the dark managed to pierce through the vast torrent of time. What Bellosaurus truly left to this world was not a power capable of deterring all things, but that sliver of simple, secure protective light that never extinguished within the cold creases of life. When we feel our inner selves eroded by a massive sense of loneliness during the long night, or feel our bodies freezing and unable to sleep due to life's pressure, we might as well gently sketch the image of Bellosaurus in our minds. Go look at that cozy scene beneath the Jurassic starry sky, where they huddle together with short necks intertwined. Try to relax your tense shoulders just like those clever Bellosaurus, drop all your psychological defenses, and yield your body entirely to the warm bed beneath you. Imagine that a sincere warmth coming from your companions and from nature is gently enveloping you, smoothing away all the creases and traumas deep within your soul. No matter how immense the external cataclysms are, they cannot disturb your inner sheltered harbor. No matter how long the night is, it will ultimately dissolve into the sweetest dream within the deep warmth of huddling together. The night is very deep now, the dew in the valley has soaked the ancient soil, and all things have returned to a heavy sleep amidst ultimate tranquility. May you, within the gentle, serene breathing of Bellosaurus and accompanied by the security of group reliance, peacefully enter a deep dreamland filled only with healing and devoid of turmoil. In the Cretaceous period, when the Earth was scarred and battered by massive predators, survival seemed to favor only those colossal beasts with grand statures and brutal methods. However, when the final ray of the sunset was completely swallowed by the horizon, and a canopy of stars quietly lit up in the boundless night sky, another world was born. Within this realm constructed of darkness and tranquility, there existed a colossal being that transcended all survival logic of predators, a near miraculous creature. Tonight, beside the softly flickering hearth, let us step into its true life along with this story that requires no effort to remember. This is the life of the Astrodon, a traditional sauropod giant whose name signifies star-shaped teeth, a gentle life that silently guarded the serenity in the dark night. Perhaps in the cold fossil measurements of modern geologists, it is merely a sequence of temperatureless fossil bones representing ultimate weight and astonishing length. But in that forest of tens of millions of years ago, when the Astrodon slowly halted its steps beneath the night shroud and became one with all things, the world sank into peace because of it. Its teeth, covered with unique, tiny depressions, were romantically described in stories as a small nest that could reflect starlight, hiding nature's gentlest secret. Carrying a blanket of soft leaves, it stood motionless beneath the starry canopy, letting the wind whisper in its ears, radiating a stoic natural aura and the fragrance of the soil. It always came to the highest hill on clear summer nights, silently gazing at the starry sky as if counting the stars above, turning life into a long journey of cultivation. As the stars in the night sky grew brighter and brighter, its large and deep eyes also grew heavier, finally falling into a deep sleep amidst the starry canopy without a single worry. In the long night that follows, there are no painful struggles forced by survival, nor any ruthless mockeries of fate at critical junctures. There is only its tidal-like, steady rhythm of life, and a highly cinematic ancient dreamscape that allows your soul to loosen completely, the first rift that pushed the fate of the Astrodon toward ultimate solitude and peace actually occurred during a highly unusual and unsettling twilight. At that time, morbid, dark purple clouds rolled across the sky like dried blood, and a superstorm rarely seen in a century was frantically brewing at the edge of the forest. The air was thick with the pungent scent of sulfur and a suffocating barometric pressure, and herds of herbivorous dinosaurs were in a state of near-frantic panic. They trampled one another and roared madly at the narrow mouth of the canyon, losing their final sanity to contest even a fraction of living space to escape the impending disaster. Yet the Astrodon, a giant beast that had already reached adulthood and possessed a size surpassing the vast majority of its peers on the plain, stubbornly remained at the edge of the stampeding torrent. In the cold collective survival laws of the Cretaceous, being isolated and stationary usually meant that when the first wave of disaster descended, one's flesh would be ruthlessly torn apart and buried by nature. The psychological choice of the Astrodon in that instant was exceptionally anomalous. It did not join that meaningless, chaotic stampede, but instead watched coldly as the backs of its herd vanished into the depths of the canyon. That resistance to speed etched in its bones appeared so utterly out of place during that moment of crisis and anxiety, yet it held an anomalous majesty. Its eyes, large, deep, and even bearing a touch of refined elegance, closed slightly under the intense glare of lightning, as if perceiving a deeper pulse traveling from the depths of the earth. It understood that blind fear and disorganized fleeing could not secure true redemption within the storms of an era, but would only accelerate the exhaustion of life force. It turned around, trailing its immense tail that resembled a moving long bridge, and walked backward against the direction of the wind, step by step, with extreme slowness toward the hill at the highest point of the plain. With each step, its thick limbs spanning several meters required an extended amount of time to lift and lower. That steady cadence caused even the surrounding panicked airflow to freeze. This was a spontaneous choice to counter the era's circumstances with absolute slowness. It abandoned the illusory safety of the herd, willingly accepting the price to bear alone within the rift of darkness. When the first massive raindrop slapped onto its broad skin with its muted coppery sheen, it had already arrived at that absolutely empty place of silence that belonged solely to it. Deep night completely took over the entire valley. After the storm departed, it washed the entire sky free of a single speck of dust, revealing the purest canopy of the Cretaceous. The Astrodon stood quietly on the summit of the highest hill, the moonlight pouring down like a swath of silver-white silk, unreservedly washing over its skin with its muted deep greenish tone. Its face appeared remarkably stoic and refined. Upon this rampaging land of the late Cretaceous, such an expression possessed a near unreal sense of healing. It turned its body slowly, adjusting its massive, steady frame toward the most brilliant direction of the Milky Way, beginning its daily stargazing ritual that never failed. Its unique mouth structure, named after its star-shaped teeth, seemed to extend a silent greeting to the stars on the horizon in its slight parting and closing, using nature's oldest language. The autumn wind gently brushed the giant fern spanning the hills, and the surface exhaled the warm fragrance of the soil as stars began to light up one after another in the deep night sky. A wondrous thing occurred in this moment. The long-necked posture of the Astrodon gazing upward was held for so long that the flowing time around it seemed to become viscous. Its gaze moved with extreme slowness among the stars, as if there truly were an invisible old ledger recording the brilliance emitted by every single constellation during this long night. As the night deepened to the absolute limit, the brightest Sirius in the sky finally climbed to the zenith, splashing a sliver of cool and pure silver glow onto its large eyelids. That process was filled with ultimate tranquility and elegance. Without any extra clamorous movements, it completely laid down its defenses as a giant beast, thoroughly merging into this deep universe. The Astrodon thoroughly enjoyed this subtle relationship tension established with the distant starry sky. In this pure, deep night, it was neither the prey of predators nor an outcast of the herd. It became the guardian of this land, letting the endless starlight pour upon its spine layer by layer, transforming into a thick, invisible blanket carrying a spiritual temperature. Listening to this silence where starlight flowed, you too seem able to cross the time tunnel of tens of millions of years, touching that cool air soaked in moonlight, feeling a state of truest relaxation. The night had deepened to the absolute limit, and the flashing stars in the sky were as brilliant as an unextinguishable feast, silently overlooking this strange creature performing its solitary piece. After standing and counting stars for dozens of minutes, the Astrodon finally halted its movements beside a giant river boulder on the hill that still radiated a deep warmth from the daytime sun. It did not rush to close its eyes in slumber. Instead, it extended its long, streamlined neck slightly forward, letting the cool stream water flowing through the valley gently kiss its dry lips. Its manner of drinking was exceptionally restrained and slow, each swallow accompanied by a serene rumble originating deep within its throat, as if using this holy spring to purify all internal anxiety. At this moment, its inner state was in an ultimate peace where self and world were both forgotten. Those massive predators of the outside world were nothing more than an illusion destined to end sooner or later in its eyes. Meanwhile, this continuous stream, this immutable starry sky, and those star glows reflected in its own mouth were the sole eternal realities of its life. It had found its own psychological logic within the long dark night, in an era unsuited to speed, using its own stillness to redefine the span of time. Its limbs sank securely into the soft grass, and its plump yet unbloated abdomen gradually pressed against the warm soil fragrant with vegetation. Its miraculous tail now lay limply upon the slope of the hill, letting the cool midnight winds wash gently against the edges of its scales again and again. Each night wind-like wash left an exceptionally faint ripple upon the wave of grass, a sensation like a hermit of the earth slowly shedding his final defenses. Those small mammals hidden deep within the soil and tree hollows, upon confirming that the regular sound of water had transformed into a steady rumble, also thoroughly abandoned a full day of panic. They curled up together one after another, entering the sweetest and most secure dreamland, because the breathing of the Astrodon was the most reassuring, invisible boundary within this silent valley. This was the blind zone before dawn, the coldest and easiest time to lose one's direction, when the entire world seemed to plunge into an absolute, near-deadly, ethereal dreamscape. The Astrodon resting beside the warm rock had thoroughly entered the deepest layer of sleep, yet that refined and serene aura upon its body had not dissipated in the slightest. Its eyes were tightly closed, its long eyelashes twitching with extreme subtlety in the occasional night breeze, and the scales on its skin reflected a muted, noble texture under the starlight. Its breathing frequency had slowed to the limit, each rise and fall of its chest demanding an immensely long wait, as if maintaining a synchronized rhythm with the pulse of this ancient earth. Wondrously, whenever the gentle breeze of the valley swept across the hill where it rested, its regular tide-like purring sound would release an exceptionally soft, highly steady rumbling sound. That sound echoed softly in the night sky, transforming into a natural, low-frequency white noise, becoming the warmest and most secure psychological solace in this long night. In this echoing moment that decided fate, the Astrodon thoroughly dissolved the cold evolutionary paradox of the dinosaur world with its body, which appeared massive yet was lived as poetry. It required no one to understand its value, nor did it need to leave behind any earth-shattering imprints. It merely left the ultimate gentleness and restraint of nature to this dark night. Within this spiritual haven that belongs to it and to you, all misunderstandings, all loneliness, and all the frustrations of the day are dissolved bit by bit in this intertwining of falling leaves and starlight. You only need to allow your consciousness to drift lazily along with that regular rustling sound, which seems both far and near, like lying upon an ancient feather devoid of any gravity. There is no need to think further of tomorrow's hustling and exhaustion, nor any need to feel deep self-blame for the day's constraints. In this peaceful, deep night, slowing down is your very dignity. Close your eyes, and let the Astrodon steady, secure life field of the Astrodon envelop you thoroughly and gently, carrying you toward the deepest, purest end of sleep. When the absolute edge of the distant horizon began to quietly reveal the first ray of a highly delicate, near-transparent morning light, this long night was finally about to greet its ultimate farewell. The morning mist began to disperse slowly over the hills like a lingering shroud of gauze, and the massive, gentle frame of the Astrodon gradually revealed its soft silhouette in the dim dawn. The natural magic belonging to the night was quietly dissolving, and the daytime world would soon be harshly dominated once more by brutal competition and endless running. But in these past dozens of minutes, this long-necked giant beast gazing at the starry sky had carved out an eternal sanctuary for us within the cold, long history of evolution through its life. Using its posture of absolute immobility beneath the night shroud, its mouth hollows reflecting starlight, and its deliberate paces, it answered all the riddles we posed in the prologue. It left behind no cruel reputation capable of dominating the plains. It merely left nature's ultimate gentleness, restraint, and mastery over time to this ancient earth that embraced its solitude. Now, the voice of the story is fading gradually within this morning breeze, and that memory of the Cretaceous from tens of millions of years ago should return to the depths of the soil and fossils to sleep once more. Yet the peace and certainty left by the Astrodon in the dark night will transform into the gentlest night wind beside your pillow, long and loyally guarding your every sleep. Have no further worries about the unknown. That strange and mild creature will always walk quietly at the edge of your dreamscape, using its spine that has counted constellations to shield you from all anxiety and storms. Now, please thoroughly relax your every nerve, allowing the boundless sleepiness to completely and gently submerge you like a warm tide. Within this ancient dreamscape thoroughly healed by the night, sleep peacefully. Good night, in this silent, long night that belongs to you. Good night, and may you possess the sweetest, purest dream. The late Cretaceous period, when the Earth was downtrodden by huge predators, seemed to only favor giant beasts with vast sizes and ruthless tactics. Yet, in deep and quiet southerly valleys, was a peculiar miracle, spending every kill-filled night in an incredibly gentle way. It was a singular small ankylosaur, supposed to rely on heavy armor and tough weapons to smash against the world, but it turned its defense into a soft composition. Tonight, let us gather by gently flickering hearth fire, and with this tale requiring no effort to remember, step together into its true lifetime. That belongs to the lifetime of Stiguros, a wanderer in mist who used tail tip to paddle solitude and weave peace in cool streams. Within the icy remnants of fossils, people are amazed by that bizarre structure resembling a special blunt instrument on its tail, guessing what kind of self-defense or lethal weapon it was. But in this quiet deep night, that gentle creature from tens of millions of years ago is strolling unhurriedly by the starlit stream, bearing its unique lean face and calm eyes. It does not rush to display its power in darkness because in this world, sound can also be a most mighty refuge, able to dissolve all panic. At this moment, daylight chases and roars have long sunk into the cracks of the earth with the setting sun, leaving only soft whispers of the wind sweeping through tree-fair leaves in the valley. That Stiguros, with calm gaze and restrained posture, is slowly extending its tail tip with the strange blunt instrument towards the endlessly flowing, cool stream. For each paddle, a crisp and rhythmic water sound undulates in the open night sky, like a deep solace being offered to this tired ancient world. In the following period, there are no inescapable tragedies, nor frantic squeezing of fate by time trends, only a long deep night belonging to it and you. You no longer attempt to analyze that complicated survival logic, your tight nerves will slow sink into the deepest depths of soft dreams along with those rhythmic notes. The first fissure pushing Stiguros' fate towards extreme solitude and tranquility happened on an evening shrouded by blood-colored setting sun light. At that time, a tragic herd migration was happening over the plain. Groups of large ankylosaurs were taking heavy steps, attempting to cross a canyon before a thunderstorm arrived. Due to its extremely small size, Stiguros appeared utterly helpless and insignificant beneath the feet of clumsy and panicked giants, at risk of being stepped into fragments by companions' pitiless heavy steps at a moment. What caused it more pause was that because of its overly bizarre structure resembling a special blunt instrument but not robust tail structure, it was always viewed as a misfit unable to provide sufficient defense in the herd. Within the cold power relations of the Dinosaur world, imperfect weapons offered me the price of abandonment, and that evening, it was forced to make its psychological choice. It did not choose to exert all its power to keep up with the pace of those huge beasts because blind running would only exhaust its final physical strength in endless anxiety. It stubbornly stopped its steps, watching the torrent of companions disappear the other side of the deep canyon, kicking up dust, abandoning it alone in the encroaching darkness. Air around began to cool rapidly, and low growls belonging to predators rumbled vaguely the distant horizon. Danger was stealthy spreading from all directions. Had it been a small dinosaur, it would likely have been shivering in fear or rushing blindly in the darkness until falling into a fatal trap. But in those large and deep eyes of Stiguros, there was not a bit of uneasiness. It seemed to feel another dignity given to it by fate at this moment. It turned around, dragging that special tail misunderstood by companions, and leisurely walked down the dry riverbed, towards that secret, quiet stream deep within the valley. It gave up the herd's false sense of security, choosing to establish its own solitary order of tranquility in the crack of the black night. even if it meant a lifetime of solitude. Pebbles beneath its feet emitted the warmth of the soil in the night. It walked extremely slowly and steadily, each step like a silent farewell to daylight's harsh rules. It finally smelled the fragrance of water vapor and heard fine flowing water sounds not far away. It knew it had found that spiritual haven of its ow. Deep night thoroughly took over the southerly valley, gently covering all killing and unrest with a layer of hazy, ink-blue thin mist. Stiguros quietly stood by a clear stream filled with ancient mosses, moonlight like a piece of silvery silk. You reservedly spilled its carapace, with slightly dull green color. Its facial expression appeared extremely clear and refined, and this tumultuous late Cretaceous land, this demeanor had an almost unreal healing quality. It slowly turned its body, extending that tail tip with strange blunt instrument, extremely slowly, extremely carefully, the shallow stream that was babbling. The moment icy stream water touched fingertips like scales, it slightly closed those large, vicissitude-weathered eyes. Every tight joint of the body thoroughly relaxed at this moment. It began to gently paddle its specialized tail the water surface at an unbelievable rhythmic frequency, motion slow as if an ancient ritual strolling the edge of stillness. As the tail tip paddled the cool stream water struck special bony grooves the blunt instrument, emitting an extremely crisp, hollow, and resonance-filled ding-dong sound. That sound perfectly fused with the stream's babbling, weaving a natural lullaby that could be heard tens of millions of years ago in the quiet deep night. That was not disorganized noise, but a type of slow-paced rhythm with strong psychological suggestion, each sound jump accompanied by a deep breath of its chest. An ancient dragonfly with faint fluorescence all over its body, soothed by this sound, actually boldly stopped the bony plate above its tail, antennae swaying gently. Stiguros deeply enjoyed this relationship Sio establishing with diverse life forms. In this pure deep night, it was not predator's prey, nor the herd's castaway. It became this stream valley's creator, using its reverse-filled gentle movements to dissolve all tightness caused by time trends and survival pressure from the outside. Listening to this crisp water sound, you seem able to cross the time tunnel of tens of millions of years, touch that icy water surface soaked in moonlight, feel the purest relaxation. Please upload a photo for me to use as a reference. In the Jurassic morning, when the Earth had just opened its eyes and the dinosaur family was about to write its legends, the melody of life was exceptionally exuberant. Countless creatures, growing progressively larger, ran across the wilderness, asserting their dominion over this new world with speed and power. Tonight, beside the softly flickering hearth, let us step into its true life along with this story that requires no effort to remember. Beneath the feet of these clamorous giants, however, there existed a tiny life that enacted the transition between motion and stillness to perfection. Its name was Lesothosaurus. It was remarkably small, barely a meter in length, its delicate and agile form flickering through the dense foliage like a transient flash of golden light. In the prehistoric jungle governed by natural selection, such a weak frame usually meant it had to remain tightly coiled at all times, ever ready to greet the most unsettling end. Yet Lesothosaurus possessed a most astonishing counterinstincct. By day, it was the swiftest and most cheerful dancer upon the wilderness. But the moment the final trace of twilight sank completely below the western mountain ridges, it would shed all defenses in an instant and slip submissively into a hidden sanctuary. Deep within a tree hollow lined with dry ferns, it would fall into a state of ultimate, motionless sleep, completely devoid of struggle. This life wisdom of perfectly switching between action and stillness was like a gentle ancient lullaby, capable of smoothing away all the restlessness left behind by the day. On the early Jurassic plains of southern Africa, the changing of seasons always arrived with an unquestionable coldness and decisiveness. The prolonged dry season caused vast tracts of vegetation to wither, leaving the once dense woodland sparse and severely compressing the hiding spaces of small animals. Lesothosaurus and its companions were forced to expose themselves upon the wider, open wilderness, which undoubtedly tore a rift in the defensive line of their fate. At that time, medium-sized carnivorous dinosaurs had already appeared on the plains, pacing heavily as they patrolled around the thickets. For a Lesothosaurus devoid of any defensive weapons, its life safety rested entirely upon its slender yet immensely explosive hind limbs. Within this particular group of Lesothosaurus, there was an individual of exceptionally balanced proportions and a stoic, sharp gaze, always the most active one in the daytime brush. Each of its movements overflowed with abounding vitality as it searched under the sunlight for tender berries and low-growing fern shoots. However, high-intensity sprinting and constant, taut vigilance exacted a heavy psychological toll in secret, placing a massive burden upon its spirit. Whenever the midday sun baked the earth scorching hot, it had to turn its lean face again and again while foraging, remaining alert to dangers lurking in the shadows. This extreme imbalance in the dynamic of power forced it to pay a high price for survival during the day, its nerve stretched like a fully drawn bowstring, never knowing when it might snap. The trials of fate are often harshest during the twilight hours when light and shadow intertwine, that is the favorite hunting time for predators and the moment of maximum tension in wilderness dynamics. Once, while chasing a drifting tender leaf, this Lesothosaurus inadvertently strayed far from its familiar thickets and arrived at an open, rocky stretch of ground. In that very instant, a long-hidden carnivorous dinosaur erupted from behind a boulder, moving with heavy strides and carrying a cold intent to kill as it charged straight toward it. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify completely. The chase between the small dinosaur and the large predator erupted in a flash, the immediacy of the scene tightening to the absolute limit. Relying entirely on survival instinct, the Lesothosaurus mobilized the muscles of its hind limbs to the utmost, executing near-frantic, irregular darting maneuvers between dense rock crevices and low grass. In the grip of extreme terror, its mind instead attained an unnatural clarity, knowing that slowing down for even a single second meant disappearing from this world forever. Its delicate body traced perilous arcs through the scorching air, utilizing the agility afforded by its small size to navigate precariously through the gaps of massive boulders. The immense frame of that carnivorous dinosaur appeared somewhat clumsy amid the dense rocks, its heavy impact sending splinters of stone flying, yet it always remained just a fraction of a distance away. Ultimately, by utilizing the terrain to perfection and drawing upon the agility accumulated during the day, the Lesothosaurus executed a sharp turn and successfully slipped into an exceptionally narrow subterranean crevice. The roaring outside persisted for a long time before finally fading into the distance, leaving the Lesothosaurus hiding in the dark crevice, panting heavily and enduring the physical toll of its narrow escape. This perilous brush with death brought the Lesothosaurus a deeper understanding of fate regarding this seemingly peaceful wilderness. It began to realize that while the bounding and running of the day were necessary means to forage and evade danger, they were not the entirety of life. It required an absolute sanctuary where it could completely release its taut nerves, an ultimate home where its soul could settle gently in the dark of the night. Consequently, through the long days that followed, whenever it traversed the brush by day, it began to consciously search for hidden corners upon the landscape. It did not envy those monsters that rampaged across the land. It only wished to carve out a peaceful, undisturbed domain for itself within the crevices of a massive world. Finally, at the base of an ancient redwood tree that had already withered along half its trunk yet still stood defiantly at the edge of the plain, it discovered an excellent hollow. The entrance to this tree was remarkably hidden, perfectly obscured from the outside by drooping dead vines and tall grasses, while the internal space was sufficiently dry and spacious. Over the next few twilights, the Lesothosaurus slowly and submissively carried back many dry ferns that had baked in the sun all day, radiating a faint, pleasant fragrance. Using its slender beak, it layered these soft fronds one by one with immense patience at the bottom of the hollow, weaving a most comforting bed. As the nest neared completion bit by bit, a subtle transformation occurred within its psychology, and it began to hold a cozy anticipation for the descent of the night. As the final ray of the sunset finally dissolved completely on the horizon, the indigo night sky covered the entire wilderness like a vast tapestry. Those clamorous races and brutal chases of the day began to settle slowly into a deep quiet as the temperature dropped. Having bounded through the brush all day, the Lesothosaurus returned to the base of that ancient redwood tree with light, measured paces, tired, yet appearing incredibly submissive. It turned its delicate face one last time to confirm that no danger lingered in its surroundings, then lowered its head slightly and slipped deftly into the hidden tree hollow that belonged to it. The moment it stepped inside, the night wind carrying the chill of the outside was thoroughly barred, leaving only the pleasant herbal fragrance of dry ferns wafting through the air. The world here was so pure and clean, free from the tyranny of the strong over the weak, devoid of survival anxiety, offering only a protective embrace that invited a complete shedding of defenses. The Lesothosaurus walked slowly to the grass bed it had meticulously fashioned itself, its limbs submissively yielding as it curled its long tail gracefully along one side of its body. Its frame made contact with the soft, dry leaves, producing a minute, rustling sound of comfort, and then it settled down completely in an absolute, unmoving posture. There was no prolonged tossing and turning, no lingering tension in its spirit. The very instant it closed those eyes ridden with absolute peace, it drifted directly into the deepest, instantaneous sleep. That transition from ultimate motion to ultimate stillness carried no hesitation, possessing a hypnotic magic that invited all things in heaven and earth to lay down their guard. Enveloped in the warm embrace of dry ferns, the Lesothosaurus quietly enjoyed its ancient dreamland, free from any turmoil and filled only with tranquility. Its compact body remained absolutely motionless within the dark tree hollow, with only a faint, near imperceptible rhythm of breathing rising and falling gently in the air. Its life within the vast river of existence was perhaps remarkably brief, and it left behind no grand, thunderous tales for posterity to revere. Yet, in this most submissive and pure manner, it demonstrated to us across 200 million years the perfect rhythm of life, to dance fully in the day, and to let go completely in the night. The hidden tree hollow it left behind, lined with dry leaves, was like a sanctuary crossing space and time, smoothing away all the heat and restlessness of the eras. When we find ourselves unable to sleep in the long night due to daytime anxieties, our minds racing like a machine that cannot stop, we might as well gently sketch the image of Lesothosaurus in our thoughts. Go look at that warm tree hollow at the base of the redwood trunk, lined with dry ferns. Try to relax your tense limbs just like that small, submissive dinosaur, shed all your psychological burdens, and yield your body entirely to the warm bed beneath you. Allow the tide of instantaneous sleep to swallow you gently like a midnight ocean current, carrying you toward that serene dreamland free from any disturbance. The night is deep now, the wind over the plain has carried away the last lingering warmth of the day, and all things have returned to silence amidst an ultimate restraint. May you drift peacefully into a warm ancient dreamland within the gentle, motionless presence of the Lesothosaurus, accompanied by the fragrance of dry grass. In that late Cretaceous epoch filled with wildness and ruthless hunting, the value of life always seemed to be rigidly defined by body size and predatory instincts. However, when the final ray of the sunset was completely swallowed by the horizon, and a canopy of stars quietly lit up in the boundless night sky, another world was born. Within this realm constructed of darkness and tranquility, there existed a colossal being that transcended all survival logic of predators, a near miraculous creature. Tonight, beside the softly flickering hearth, let us step into its true life along with this story that requires no effort to remember. This is the life of the Ankylosaurus, a titanosaurian sauropod possessing irregular osteoderms on its back, a gentle life that silently guarded the serenity in the dark night. Perhaps in the cold fossil measurements of modern geologists, it is merely a sequence of temperatureless fossil specimens representing ultimate weight and astonishing length. But in that forest of tens of millions of years ago, when the Ankylosaurus slowly halted its steps beneath the night shroud and became one with all things, the world sank into peace because of it. Its back, covered with rugged ridges, was romantically described in stories as a small nest that could catch falling leaves and pine cones, hiding nature's gentlest secret. Carrying a blanket of soft leaves, it stood motionless beneath the starry canopy, letting the wind whisper in its ears, radiating a stoic natural aura and the fragrance of the soil. That silence carried not a single shred of defense or violence. Instead, it was like a deep whisper from the ancient earth, instantly smoothing away all the tension in the air. At this very moment, the chases and clamor of the day have drifted away with the geothermal heat, and the distant cycad forests sway gently in the breeze, wafting the subtle fragrance of greenery. In the long night that follows, there are no painful struggles forced by survival, nor any ruthless mockeries of fate at critical junctures. There is only its tidal-like, steady rhythm of life, and a highly cinematic ancient dreamscape that allows your soul to loosen completely. The first rift that pushed the fate of the Ankylosaurus toward ultimate solitude and peace actually occurred during a highly unusual and unsettling twilight. At that time, morbid, dark purple clouds rolled across the sky like dried blood, and a superstorm rarely seen in a century was frantically brewing at the edge of the forest. The air was thick with the pungent scent of sulfur and a suffocating barometric pressure, and herds of herbivorous dinosaurs were in a state of near-frantic panic. They trampled one another and roared madly at the narrow mouth of the canyon, losing their final sanity to contest even a fraction of living space to escape the impending disaster. Yet the Ankylosaurus, a giant beast that had already reached adulthood and possessed a size surpassing the vast majority of its peers on the plain, stubbornly remained at the edge of the stampeding torrent. In the cold collective survival laws of the Cretaceous, being isolated and stationary usually meant that when the first wave of disaster descended, one's flesh would be ruthlessly torn apart and buried by nature. The psychological choice of the Ankylosaurus in that instant was exceptionally anomalous. It did not join that meaningless, chaotic stampede, but instead watched coldly as the backs of its herd vanished into the depths of the canyon. That resistance to speed etched in its bones appeared so utterly out of place during that moment of crisis and anxiety, yet it held an anomalous majesty. Its eyes, large, deep, and even bearing a touch of refined elegance, closed slightly under the intense glare of lightning, as if perceiving a deeper pulse traveling from the depths of the earth. It understood that blind fear and disorganized fleeing could not secure true redemption within the storms of an era, but would only accelerate the exhaustion of life force. It turned around, trailing its immense tail that resembled a moving long bridge, and walked backward against the direction of the wind, step by step, with extreme slowness into the heart of the forest. With each step, its thick limbs spanning several meters required an extended amount of time to lift and lower. That steady cadence caused even the surrounding panicked airflow to freeze. This was a spontaneous choice to counter the era's circumstances with absolute slowness. It abandoned the illusory safety of the herd, willingly accepting the price to bear alone within the rift of darkness. When the first massive raindrop slapped onto its broad skin with its muted coppery sheen, it had already arrived at that absolutely empty place of silence that belonged solely to it. Deep night completely took over the entire southern valley, gently covering all slaughter and unease with a layer of hazy, indigo-blue mist. The Ankylosaurus stood quietly beside a clear stream carpeted with ancient moss, the moonlight pouring down like a swath of silver-white silk, unreservedly washing over its armor with its muted greenish tone. Its face appeared remarkably stoic and refined. Upon this rampaging land of the late Cretaceous, such an expression possessed a near unreal sense of healing. It turned its body slowly, embedding its massive, cumbersome frame into the shallow, trickling shallows with immense deliberation and care. Its irregular osteoderms, weathered by the eras, presented the texture of ancient rock beneath the moonlight, covered in natural grooves and crevices. The autumn wind gently brushed the giant trees overhead, and broad, dry, golden leaves began to twirl in the night sky, drifting down slowly like weary butterflies. A wondrous thing occurred in this moment. Those falling leaves did not drop into the cold soil, but settled securely between the rugged ridges of the Ankylosaurus's back. Because it maintained absolute immobility for so long, its back became the final resting place for the falling leaves of the entire forest, those irregular hollows gently catching every single leaf that fell. Before long, several heavy ancient pine cones carrying the scent of resin also thumped onto its back, sliding along the bony slope into one of the warmest depressions. That sound was remarkably faint, yet in the silent night, it sounded exceptionally crisp and reassuring, as if the forest itself were presenting its final tribute to this ancient totem. The Ankylosaurus thoroughly enjoyed this subtle relationship tension established with the plant world. In this pure, deep night, it was neither the prey of predators nor an outcast of the herd. It became a part of this jungle, allowing the falling leaves to layer upon its spine, transforming into a thick blanket of leaves carrying the temperature of life. Listening to this fine sound of leaf fall, you too seem able to cross the time tunnel of tens of millions of years, touching that cool leaf soaked in moonlight, feeling a state of truest relaxation. The night had deepened to the absolute limit, and the flashing stars in the sky were as brilliant as an unextinguishable feast, silently overlooking this strange creature performing its solitary piece. After standing in deep contemplation for dozens of minutes, the Ankylosaurus finally halted its movements beside a giant river boulder in the jungle that still radiated a deep warmth from the daytime sun. It did not rush to close its eyes in slumber. Instead, it extended its long, streamlined neck slightly forward, letting the cool stream water gently kiss its dry lips. Its manner of drinking was exceptionally restrained and slow, each swallow accompanied by a serene rumble originating deep within its throat, as if using this holy spring to purify all internal anxiety. At this moment, its inner state was in a ultimate peace where self and world were both forgotten. Those massive dinosaurs of the outside world were nothing more than an illusion destined to end sooner or later in its eyes. Meanwhile, this continuous stream, this immutable starry sky, and those leaves and pine cones carried upon its own back were the sole eternal realities of its life. It had found its own psychological logic within the long dark night, in an era unsuited to speed, using its own stillness to redefine the span of time. Its limbs sank securely into the wet sand, and its plump yet unbloated abdomen gradually pressed against the warm soil fragrant with vegetation. Its miraculous tail now lay limply upon the shallows at the stream's edge, letting the small waves wash gently against the edges of its bony blunt weapon again and again. Each tidal-like wash left an exceptionally faint ripple upon the sand, a sensation like a hermit of the earth slowly shedding his final defenses. Those small mammals hidden deep within the soil and tree hollows, upon confirming that the regular sound of water had transformed into a steady rumble, also thoroughly abandoned a full day of panic. They curled up together one after another, entering the sweetest and most secure dreamland, because the breathing of the Ankylosaurus was the most reassuring, invisible boundary within this silent valley. This was the blind zone before dawn, the coldest and easiest time to lose one's direction, when the entire world seemed to plunge into an absolute, near-deadly, ethereal dreamscape. The Ankylosaurus resting beside the warm rock had thoroughly entered the deepest layer of sleep, yet that refined and serene aura upon its body had not dissipated in the slightest. Its eyes were tightly closed, its long eyelashes twitching with extreme subtlety in the occasional night breeze, and the scales on its skin reflected a muted, noble texture under the starlight. Its breathing frequency had slowed to the limit, each rise and fall of its chest demanding an immensely long wait, as if maintaining a synchronized rhythm with the pulse of this ancient earth. Wondrously, whenever the gentle breeze of the valley swept across the sand where it rested, the thick layer of leaves accumulated on its back would release an exceptionally soft, highly regular rustling sound. That sound echoed softly in the night sky, transforming into a natural, low-frequency white noise, becoming the warmest and most secure psychological solace in this long night. In this echoing moment that decided fate, the Ankylosaurus thoroughly dissolved the cold evolutionary paradox of the dinosaur world with its body, which appeared rugged yet was lived as poetry. It required no one to understand its value, nor did it need to leave behind any earth-shattering imprints, it merely left the ultimate gentleness and restraint of nature to this dark night. Within this spiritual haven that belongs to it and to you, all misunderstandings, all loneliness, and all the frustrations of the day are dissolved bit by bit in this intertwining of falling leaves and starlight. You only need to allow your consciousness to drift lazily along with that regular rustling sound, which seems both far and near, like lying upon an ancient feather devoid of any gravity. There is no need to think further of tomorrow's hustling and exhaustion, nor any need to feel deep self-blame for the day's constraints. In this peaceful, deep night, slowing down is your very dignity. Close your eyes, and let the steady, secure life field of the Ankylosaurus envelop you thoroughly and gently, carrying you toward the deepest, purest end of sleep. When the absolute edge of the distant horizon began to quietly reveal the first ray of a highly delicate, near-transparent morning light, this long night was finally about to greet its ultimate farewell. The morning mist began to disperse slowly over the jungle like a lingering shroud of gauze, and the massive, gentle frame of the Ankylosaurus gradually revealed its soft silhouette in the dim dawn. The natural magic belonging to the night was quietly dissolving, and the daytime world would soon be harshly dominated once more by brutal competition and endless running. But in these past dozens of minutes, this titan sauropod carrying the forest leaves had carved out an eternal sanctuary for us within the cold, long history of evolution through its life. Using its posture of absolute immobility beneath the night shroud, its back hollows filled with falling leaves and pine cones, and its deliberate paces, it answered all the riddles we posed in the prologue. It left behind no cruel reputation capable of dominating the plains, it merely left nature's ultimate gentleness, restraint, and mastery over time to this ancient earth that embraced its solitude. Now, the voice of the story is fading gradually within this morning breeze, and that memory of the Cretaceous from tens of millions of years ago should return to the depths of the soil and fossils to sleep once more. Yet the peace and certainty left by the Ankylosaurus in the dark night will transform into the gentlest night wind beside your pillow, long and loyally guarding your every sleep. Have no further worries about the unknown. That strange and mild creature will always walk quietly at the edge of your dreamscape, using its leaf-filled spine to shield you from all anxiety and storms. Now, Please thoroughly relax your every nerve, allowing the boundless sleepiness to completely and gently submerge you like a warm tide. Within this ancient dreamscape thoroughly healed by the night, sleep peacefully. Good night, in this silent, long night that belongs to you. Good night, and may you possess the sweetest, purest dream. As the bustle of the day fades away, the ancient plains sink into absolute silence. Here, life no longer proves its existence by running and praying. Instead, beneath the deepest canopy of night, it searches for a rhythm to settle the soul. Tonight, let us gather by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into its true lifetime. It is the life of the Lustrosaurus, a gentle creature softly wandering through the ancient mists. Perhaps in modern fossil remains, people can only catch a glimpse of its long and massive skeletal frame. But in the deep night of tens of millions of years ago, it was a lonely yet incredibly tender traveler in the mist. It did not need its colossal body to intimidate this dangerous world. On the contrary, throughout its exceedingly long life, it spent most of its time using the gentlest steps to cherish every blade of grass and tree upon the earth. The pervasive fog was its sanctuary and the home it returned to every night as promised. Now, the lights of the world have gradually gone out, and that gentle giant is slowly walking towards us from the depths of the forest. Each step it takes feels like a profound solace brought to this weary night. Tonight's story has no thrilling hunts, nor cold laws of survival. There is only its regular, quiet breathing, and an ancient dream about to melt into the moonlight. When the last ray of the setting sun sinks below the western horizon, damp mists begin to rise at the forest's edge. The Lustrosaurus slowly raises its head from a cluster of tall tree ferns, the moonlight catching its long and elegant neck perfectly. The daytime world belongs to the predators, running, roaring, and fighting for survival territory under the sun. But for the extremely gentle Lustrosaurus, the night is when it is truly awake and feels safe. It is a pure herbivorous dinosaur with a massive yet entirely non-aggressive body. Every contour of its form has softened over long evolutionary cycles, as if born tailored to fit this tranquil night. It gently sways its long tail, the tip brushing against the dewdrops on the grass with a faint, rustling whisper. That sound is like a soothing prelude, announcing that its nightly stroll has officially begun. It does not rush to find food but stands perfectly still for a long time, as if using its immense body to sense the shifting night winds. The small mammals and insects of the forest hide in their respective burrows, warily perceiving their surroundings. However, when they hear the steady, slow footsteps of the Lustrosaurus, their tense nerves inexplicably relax. For in this ancient world, the footsteps of the Lustrosaurus are the most reassuring signal in the night sky. It takes its first step unhurriedly, its sturdy foot padding onto a thick cushion of moss, producing almost no vibration. As it moves forward, the surrounding mist parts gently like a receding tide, only to gather softly again behind it. Around this massive body, there seems to be an invisible magnetic field, slowly drawing away all feelings of unease. It is like a moving island, sailing smoothly through the waves of the night, carrying the listener far away from the anxieties and restlessness of the day. The midnight mist grows heavier, wrapping the entire valley in a hazy, milky white. The Lustrosaurus slowly walks into the deepest part of the fog. Visibility here is extremely low, yet it seems to know the location of every single tree by heart. Its long neck stretches slightly forward, tracing an elegant arc through the fog, as if using its skin to touch the floating microscopic water droplets. With every step it takes, ripples form in the thin mist, subtle and barely perceptible to the naked eye. It feels as though it is caressing this fragile, beautiful fog with its entire body. In this world constructed entirely of heavy mist, all light is refracted into a soft, silvery gray. Without the piercing sunlight or complex colors, the world is reduced to its purest lines and silhouettes. The Lustrosaurus deeply enjoys this purity. It gently closes its large, docile eyes, beginning to rely entirely on hearing and touch to perceive the world. By its ears is only the whisper of the breeze through the treetops, along with the warm aroma of the soil below, carrying a faint scent of fresh earth. This state of absolute stillness brings ultimate peace to its heart, making its breathing deeper and more rhythmic. Each inhalation feels like drawing the crispest, purest air of the valley into its chest. And each exhalation releases a stream of warm air, condensing into a faint white plume in the chilly fog. That low-frequency rumbling echoes through the empty ancient night sky, carrying an indescribable, lullaby-like magic. If one were to lie on this grass and listen to its breathing, ebbing and flowing rhythmically like the tide, they would completely drop all defenses within seconds. Because that sound represents a supreme, timeless sense of security, the deepest comfort of Mother Nature. It is never rushed, always maintaining its own pace, quietly measuring the earth and softly soothing this ancient world. In the midst of the FOGE.I and the center of the valley lies an ancient lake, as still as a mirror. The Lustrosaurus slowly comes to a halt by the water's edge. It lowers its head, its long neck hovering above the surface for a long time. The moon just then emerges from behind the clouds, casting its silver-white light unreservedly upon the lake, reflecting the giant's massive and gentle silhouette. The water is crystalline, revealing ancient aquatic plants swaying softly with the faint current below. The Lustrosaurus is in no rush to drink. It merely gazes quietly at its own reflection in the water, as if engaged in a silent dialogue with another self. A cool midnight breeze blows across, stirring tiny ripples on the lake, shattering the moon's reflection into countless fragments of silver. It slowly lowers its head, touching the cold water gently with its warm muzzle. In an instant, a perfect circle of ripples undulates outward. Its drinking is slow and measured, each swallow carrying a powerful rhythm, the glugging sound particularly clear in the midnight silence. The water flows down its long esophagus, bringing a soothing coolness to its core. Sated, it raises its head contentedly, crystal dewdrops sliding from the corners of its mouth and splashing back onto the lake with a crisp chime. The sound is like the most beautiful note of a chime in the deep night, making the already quiet air feel even more ethereal. It turns around and slowly lies down on a soft sandy beach covered in ferns. Its sturdy limbs bend first, settling its massive, steady belly against the warm sand, while its long neck coils docility along its side. It has performed this movement countless times, and each time it looks entirely natural and relaxed, without a single tense muscle. As it settles down completely, the entire valley seems to lie down steadily with it, devoid of any agitation. The starry sky blinks quietly above, and the brilliant Milky Way stretches to the end of the horizon, silently guarding the giant's slumber. The night has deepened to its absolute core, the darkest, most tranquil hour before the dawn. Lying on the beach, the Lustrosaurus has entered a deep sleep, yet its signature breathing still echoes rhythmically through the night sky. Its eyes are tightly shut, the heavy eyelids covered in fine scales that gleam faintly under the moon's residual light. Because of its colossal size and staggering lung capacity, its chest rises and falls like a small hill with every breath. The frequency of that rise and fall is so slow that it feels as if time has completely lost its meaning and stopped flowing around it. With its deep breathing, the mist in the valley begins to form a wondrous rhythm around it. As it exhales, the warm current gently pushes away the dense fog in front of it, creating a brief, clear void. As it inhales, the chilly surrounding mist surges back like a tide, tenderly wrapping and concealing its massive frame once more. This cycle of pushing away and drawing near, surging and receding, is like a silent, poetic breathing ritual performed upon the ancient earth. The surrounding forest grows quieter within this ritual, and even the faintest chirping of insects gradually dissolves into this low-frequency rhythmic hum. At this moment, the Lustrosaurus is no longer just a dinosaur, it seems to have become a part of this land, this forest, and this mist. Its destiny is tightly interwoven with nature, indistinguishable from one another, both seeking ultimate peace in this long night. Listening to such a sound, you will feel an unprecedented sense of relaxation, as if you too were lying on that warm, ancient beach. By your ear is the gentle breathing of the Titan, above is the untainted, pure starry sky of millions of years ago, and beneath is the fragrant earth smelling of rich soil. All worries, all anxieties, and all fatigue are gently crushed and dissolved bit by bit within this massive, all-enveloping breath. You only need to close your eyes and let your consciousness float softly with this tidal rhythm, sinking into the deepest, most tender dreamland. As the first faint, delicate light of dawn begins to tint the edge of the eastern atmosphere, the deep midnight mist finally begins to disperse slowly. The massive body of the Lustrosaurus grows clearer in the morning light, yet it still maintains its initial serene and comfortable sleeping posture. The magic of the night is quietly undoing itself, and the daytime world will soon reclaim its harsh, vibrant laws of survival. But over the past dozens of minutes, this gentle giant has used its lifetime to construct a perfectly safe, perfectly quiet haven for us. In this space, there is no chase of time, no pressure of survival, only the light caress of the wind, the embrace of the mist, and its eternal, deep breathing. Now, the story has reached its end, and that ancient memory which requires no effort to keep should return to its slumber in the depths of time. Yet the peace and certainty it leaves behind will remain in your heart for a long time, just like its warm breath, guarding your sleep. Though the morning light rises, your night has just begun, a long night filled with tenderness and healing that belongs solely to you. There is no need to think about anything, nor any need to worry about tomorrow. That gentle Lustrosaurus will always walk quietly at the edge of your dreams. It will use its long body to shield you from all storms and use its rhythmic breathing to weave the most beautiful dreams for you. Now, please completely relax your body, and let sleep submerge you entirely like a rising tide. Sleep peacefully in this ethereal, silent, and deeply restful ancient world. Good night, in this warm night. Good night, and may you have the sweetest dreams. In the restless, slaughter-filled barrens of the night, the laws of survival are often equated with the confrontation of power, the gamble of speed, and fierce tearing. Yet, above the cold, clear night sky, a certain creature composes an acoustic miracle of life-dissolving air friction in the lightest, gentlest posture. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into his true life. This barn owl stands quietly upon a weathered, ancient beam of an abandoned manor, his feathers, as soft as silk and laced with delicate mottling, appearing boundlessly serene beneath the faint moonlight. The outside world is accustomed to calling them monkey-faced owls, or phantom birds, in terrifying legends, but few truly understand that this seemingly mysterious and bizarre creature is actually a reclusive sage utilizing acoustic physics to the absolute limit. The flight path he charts is an absolute silence devoid of any air friction sound or tearing burst of wind, just like a silent breeze brushing over wild grass. Even the keenest nocturnal insects cannot detect his descent. To survive in a world without light, the barn owl made a series of astonishing, even poignant evolutionary compromises along its lengthy lineage. He surrendered the hard, waterproof feather coat of traditional birds and remodeled his plumage into an ultra-fragile, noise-canceling sponge that is easily drenched by rain, solely to barter for a single absolute silent glide across the night sky. This is no relaxed or elegant hunting cruise, but a hermit meditating lonely in the deep dark, constructing an invisible anechoic chamber within the shifting currents through a lifetime of restraint, endurance, and concentration. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rhythmic, gentle microcurrent flows beside the barn owl, and immerse yourself in this midnight dream tenderly wrapped in silent feathers. When the last glint of faint autumn twilight vanishes completely from the desolate wastes, the chilly night wind, laden with withered grass debris, begins to unfold silently across the boundless earth. At this hour, when most living things attempt to shrink back into their burrows out of dread for the dark or collapse into desperate sleep, the barn owl's day commences in extreme quietude and alertness. He slowly turns his head from the ancient wooden window of the abandoned barn. Upon that perfectly heart-shaped facial disc, as delicate as a white porcelain plate, two eyes as black as ink betray a concentration he can never discard for life. To comprehend this focus, we must first uncover his strict physiological ledger that offers no retreat. This is the starting point of all his actions and the acoustic shackle binding his destiny. Unlike other birds of prey that rely on speed or strength to hunt in daylight, the barn owl's life belongs completely to the pitch black, and prey in the dark usually harbor a hypersensitive alertness to sound. If his feathers were as hard and elastic as an eagle's or a falcon's, the exact moment he flapped his wings, the air rushing across the feather margins would trigger violent turbulence and vortices, erupting into a tearing blast of wind enough to startle any creature. To survive in this corner devoid of light, the barn owl thoroughly remodeled his plumage across long ages on a microfluid dynamics level. If we magnify his feathers under a microscope, an awe-inspiring physical world reveals itself. The leading edge of his flight feathers bears a regularly arranged row of rigid comb-like serrations. These tiny teeth act like a fleet of delicate dinner knives, silently slicing and dismantling the oncoming mass of air into countless smooth linear airflows as he flaps. Immediately following this, a layer of ultrafine underdown, as delicate and soft as velvet coating his feather surfaces, acts like a thick sponge, perfectly absorbing and dissolving these shredded, faint aerial vibrations. Ultimately, when the current flows past the trailing edge of the feathers, a defensive line woven from countless soft, staggered, fringe-like margins, it transitions smoothly back into the air, leaving behind not a single noise-generating vortex. This ultimate sound-softening structure allows his core body heat and kinetic flight energy to strike a balance in the gentlest way on a microscale as he wanders the freezing night sky, unhurried and deliberate, fully complying with the natural laws of fluid dynamics. His entire life is spent within this silent greenhouse built by hand from hundreds of millions of gentle feathers, demanding the utmost diligence to mend and nurse that vital coat which could fail at any moment due to mere dirt. However, the heaviest price the barn owl pays in its epic of life to sustain this ultimate silent glide lies hidden within its seemingly sturdy feathers, which actually offer zero resistance to moisture. To attain peak acoustic cancellation, the barn owl's plumage abandoned the uropygial gland owned by most birds during its evolution, meaning it cannot smear oils across its feather surfaces to gain flawless waterproofing like a duck or an eagle. His feathers are porous, loose, and hyperabsorbent. When a sudden midnight autumn rain descends without warning over the ancient woods, it marks a lethal catastrophe for the barn owl. The instant those crystalline, freezing raindrops make contact with his feathers, they do not beat up and roll off as they would on other birds, but rapidly infiltrate and saturate his thick underdown layer like a sponge soaking up water. Once waterlogged, the down collapses and mats together instantly, which not only strips him of that vital air-insulating greenhouse in a flash, but also causes his body weight to skyrocket, turning his wings as heavy as iron. At this juncture, with every labored flap of his wings in the storm, he emits an exceptionally coarse, muffled sound of air friction, completely stripped of his proud, silent close-up protection. Plunged into this intense wretchedness, he can catch no prey in the dark, and worse, he slides into fatal hypothermia due to the sudden drain of stamina and the massive energetic expense of keeping warm. Consequently, when seasons of unceasing rain arrive, the barn owl is frequently forced to stay in the blind corners of ruined barns, enduring days and nights of starvation, his eyes flashing with immense dread of an unknown clear sky. This is precisely why every single barn owl's perception of weather is honed to a near-obsessive degree. As elegant as they are beneath a clear night sky, they are equally desolate amidst continuous rain. This acoustic dominance bartered away at the cost of waterproofing rights is a destiny hymn etched into the deepest core of their genes, anchoring their lifelong security to a mere straw that could snap with a single rain dot. If the serrations on his wings are the barn owl's invisible armor for conquering the night sky, then his perfectly heart-shaped facial disc and completely asymmetrical ears are his secret weapons for battling fate in a silent world. In the absolute pitch black of a night devoid of a single ray of light, when his eyes lose all utility for observing the world, the barn owl relies on his auditory spatial mapping system, unmatched in the biological realm. That white porcelain-like heart facial disc is actually not for aesthetics, it is a precise, sound-collecting radar, forged from exceptionally stiff, densely packed feathers. It can precisely refract, focus, and amplify those incredibly faint sound waves generated by grass friction or crawling insects in the barrens, directing them straight into his ear canals hidden deep beneath the plumage. Even more abnormal is that the positions of his left and right ear openings on the skull are entirely asymmetrical, one sits higher, one lower, one angles up, one down. This setup looks close to a deformity to humans, but in fluid acoustics, it stands as a divine design capable of drafting a three-dimensional map. When a sliver of sound wafts from the grass, owing to the difference in location, the time it takes for the sound to reach the owl's left and right ears differs by an incredibly minute delta of a few 10,000ths of a second, accompanied by a subtle intensity variance. The barn owl's brain, not colossal in volume, yet allocating the vast majority of its neurons to the auditory processing system, can capture this minute delta in a split second. He does not need to ponder the vastness of the starry sky or scheme a path for tomorrow, he only needs to translate this tiny time variance into an absolute coordinate precise to the millimeter inside his mind. When he glides silently down from a beam, his talons clamping unerringly upon prey hidden deep within the leaf litter in the pitch dark, he doesn't even need to open his eyes. In this pure devotion of total intellect to sound, the barn owl lives as an auditory island, floating in mid-air, severing all crossings with the chaotic world of daylight, silently keeping vigil over the secrets of the long night in wordless stillness. The thread of a barn owl's destiny spans not only the subtleties of microscopic physics, but also carries that poignant moment hidden at the boundary where ancient agricultural eras clash with modern civilization. Over past centuries, the habitats the barn owl clung to most were the ancient wooden barns and abandoned stone towers widely scattered across European manors and countrysides. The timber beams there were dry, warm, and exhaled a comforting, rustic scent of aged straw and soil, his most flawless reproductive haven and midnight roost. When the summer night breeze of June ripples through the wheat fields, the mother owl, in the deepest recesses of the dim beam, tenderly shields her clutch of porcelain-white eggs with her own body. She must endure over 30 days of silent time there, a nest brimming with herbal scents and endless quietude, the safest nesting attachment she gives her posterity. Yet, under the ruthless crush of the era's giant wheel, ancient farming civilization was thoroughly torn asunder and replaced within a few short decades by cold, soaring industrial factories of reinforced concrete. Those wooden barns were bulldozed and torched, morphed into uniform, sealed modern silos sprayed with harsh chemical pesticides, completely severing the ancient contract between the barn owl and the earth. When the owl mother and her young awakened startled in this world choked by the roars of modern machinery, finding that the noise-canceling coat and asymmetrical ears they depend on for life are rendered useless before the endless industrial din, the dread and despair in their hearts hit a zenith. Noise pollution shatters the accuracy of their internal 3D map-making, while environmental shifts strip them of their final warm eaves to evade autumn rains. In the blind spots of those abandoned ruins, people frequently glimpse their solitary figures standing, their pristine, delicate heart facial discs coated in industrial soot, their eyes filled with innocence, confusion, and a quiet sigh for this fast-changing world. Returning once more to the deep blind spots of the desolate manor, the barn owl becomes an invisible sage wrapped in the night again, quietly and coldly watching the shifting winds and clouds of the earth. In the vast night sky, countless creatures fly in a frantic rush driven by desire or shriek out of terror, running blindly in the dark, frantically draining their stamina for mere scraps of survival. Yet, when the barn owl's smoke-light figure sweeps across the tips of the wild grass, the entire space seems to slow down owing to this meditative composure, and time loses its past sharp edge within his feathers. With ultimate silence, he successfully weaves a blind spot net free from worldly disruption amidst the turbulent currents of the night sky. Faced with the plight of survival and the squeeze of the era, he displays no violent rebellion or angry screech, but rather a near-sculptural forbearance and absolute yielding to natural laws. Over long ages, he has seen too many powerful beasts perish from a moment of impulse, and too many monarchs exhaust themselves to death in pursuit of speed. He merely stays in his own corner, letting the wind blow and the rain fall, letting time weather the stone walls, silently hoarding every faint ounce of strength to perpetuate his bloodline in the deepest silence. This slowness, this ultimate pursuit of quietude, might seem a trivial exit in the eyes of the clamorous modern secular world, but within the boundless dimension of time, it commands an unrivaled, dignity-filled philosophy of higher life. The barons of the deep night welcome another delicate, lingering breeze. The rustling wind brushes past withered banana leaves and waves of grain, generating a rhythmic, reassuring white noise. Perched upon the ancient beam, the barn owl slightly adjusts the angle of his wings, letting the cool night wind carry away the final trace of daytime chaos and fatigue from his frame. In the prologue, we marveled at his counterintuitive silent flight and his acoustic riddles within the freezing night. Now, all those mysteries have found their best home in the deep recesses of this placid sky. He has left the world no deafening roars, nor glorious records of conquering vast territories. What he leaves behind is simply a tender trace gliding beneath the moonlight without producing a single sound. In his world, time is no longer a monster urging life to sprint forward relentlessly, but a breath of clear wind flowing gently through the microfeathers, completely cancelled of noise. He uses his entire life to prove to us that in this universe packed with anxiety, competition, and noise, remaining quiet and learning to listen is actually an exceptionally decent and dignified way to live. Listening to the rhythmic rise and fall of the night wind rustling outside your window and watching the final, faint, introverted warm glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the tight tension within your nerves finally received the gentlest comfort? There is no need to fret over unfinished tasks with intense anxiety, nor tremble over tomorrow's unknowns. Like that weathered being suspended beneath the starry sky, lay down all your defenses and burdens. Let your tight muscles fully unwind with every rise and fall of your breath. Let your weary mind slowly find its footing and settle into this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, and the physics story inside the midnight feathers has concluded. May you carry this ultimate tenderness, tranquility, and silent attachment. Gently close your eyes, have a beautiful dream, and good night. In the ferocious, cold, and plunder-filled realm of nature, the laws of survival are often equated with the absolute dominance of strength, the ultimate gamble of speed, and the merciless exit of the individual. Yet, when the sun sinks completely beneath the horizon of the Antarctic Circle and a months-long polar night seals the entire wilderness like a colossal black shroud, a certain creature makes the most counterintuitive choice, marching by the thousands into the deep ice barrens where the blizzard rages hardest. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into his true life. This male emperor penguin stands quietly in the epicenter of an Antarctic polar night storm at -40 degrees, cold enough to shatter bones in an instant. His massive frame, clad in thick, scale-like waterproof feathers, appears boundlessly serene under the faint aurora. The outside world is accustomed to gazing upon their grace and agility as they glide underwater in bright ocean documentaries, but few truly understand that this seemingly clumsy creature is placing himself in a months-long ordeal of huddling, completely devoid of supplies. The icy waste sanctuary he has carved out faces a raging, lethal blizzard outside, yet inside, relying solely on the rigorous condensation of thousands of physical bodies, preserves a miraculous temperature hovering close to 35 degrees Celsius, ample to sustain the continuation of life. To survive upon this dark wilderness where no living thing can fight a lone battle, the emperor penguin made a series of astonishing, even poignant sociological compromises along its lengthy evolutionary path. He surrendered the freedom of traditional birds to spread wings and soar, anchoring his entire existence to a highly rigorous, deeply orderly collective trust, using an almost obsessive huddling compression to dissolve the harshest physical cold on the frozen earth. This is no loose gathering packed with play and frolic, but a stoic sentinel keeping vigil in the deep polar night, weaving a voiceless symphony across the shifting snow through a lifetime of strides, endurance, and ultimate tacit cooperation. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rhythmic, low murmur of respiration beside the emperor penguin, immersing yourself in this midnight dreamscape tenderly wrapped in collective warmth. When the final sliver of autumn moisture completely vanishes from the marginal seas, the biting Antarctic gale, laden with razor-sharp ice crystals, begins to unfold silently across the boundless blue ice. At this hour, when most migratory birds and marine mammals choose to journey north out of dread for the bitter winter, returning to temperate waters, this powerful emperor penguin, treading heavy, waddling, yet resolute steps, walks toward that desolate inland plateau of perpetual frost against the direction of the storm. To comprehend this being's anomaly, we must first confront his strict physiological ledger that offers no retreat. This is the turning point of his life and the first rift of destiny he must cross alone. At this moment on the Antarctic continent, the sea waters are freezing over in vast swathes, traditional hunting grounds are cut off hundreds of kilometers away by thick ice sheets, and continuing to linger by the coast means immense wave hazards and the danger of being unable to make landfall. To accomplish the mission of reproduction throughout the impending polar night, the emperor penguin must trek dozens or even 100 kilometers before the blizzard locks the barrens down entirely, heading toward a level, sacred haven that can evade glacial shelves collapsing. This is an immensely physically grueling long march. Elephantine heavy steps leave 2 deep sliding furrows upon the soft snow, yet his movements display not a modicum of haste. Each stride is deliberate, filled with anatomical precision. Across weeks of trekking, he can only rely on burning the thick layers of fat hoarded from summer foraging to provide kinetic energy, the internal fire of life flickering weakly, incapable of supporting any intense expenditure. When he finally converges with thousands of his peers in the center of that bleak ice valley, the last glint of twilight in the sky plummets entirely into darkness, and the entire polar wilderness is swallowed by a deathly hush. Within this narrow universe forged from ice and snow, time seems to instantly lose all its sharp edges, transforming into a tranquil river flowing so slowly it almost grinds to a complete halt. However, within this isolated ice waste haven, the price of life paid by the emperor penguin is an ordeal of physiological and sociological extremes unimagined by the outside world. While the world outside endures a months-long polar night of -50 degrees and the gale wrenches piercing shrieks from century-old ice, the female penguins on the polar wastes, having spent their entire physical energy to lay a single precious egg, must immediately set off to return to the ocean hundreds of kilometers away to forage. The heavy responsibility of guarding this egg of life falls unreservedly upon this remaining male emperor penguin. From this moment onward, through a long span of 4 to 5 months, he will taste neither food nor water, and even superfluous movement will be heavily restricted. We must understand that Arctic blizzards frequently exceed 150 km per hour. Under such terrifying wind chill factors, any solitary penguin would be thoroughly frozen through and stripped of its core body heat within a few short minutes. To battle this freezing torrent capable of annihilating all life, this remaining male emperor penguin and thousands of his peers, in the absence of any leader's command, begin to gather spontaneously toward the center, weaving the greatest sociological defense net in the natural world, the huddle formation. Using their airtight, rigid backs to face the blizzard, they press their bodies tightly together without a single gap, forming a massive black mountain carved out of raw flesh. Inside this mountain, due to the convergence of countless breaths and core heat, temperatures soar rapidly to an incredible 35 degrees Celsius, even forcing penguins sitting at the absolute core to slightly part their feathers to vent heat. Yet, this huddle formation is no static cage. If the penguins positioned on the outer perimeter, directly absorbing the brunt of the -40-degree blizzard, lingered there forever, they would rapidly exhaust their stamina and freeze to death, while the internal penguins would swoon from overheating. In this pure sociological structure completely devoid of hierarchy or power relations, a striking silent chemistry begins to flow rhythmically in the dark. After enduring the polar freeze for a duration, penguins on the outermost perimeter slightly angle their bodies, treading slow, step-by-step strides along the margin of the huddle to move in a clockwise or counterclockwise direction. The companions behind them intuitively fill the gaps left behind, while internal penguins migrate toward the outer margin as slowly as microscopic particles shifting in a fluid current, charting a perfect, circular cycle of life rotation spanning thousands of individuals. This ultimate discipline over energy and unreserved sharing coaxes their brains into a state akin to meditative serenity. He has no need to ponder the abundance of the ocean or scheme tomorrow's direction. He only needs to take that minute step of a 10,000th of a meter within the blizzard to fulfill the collective, and in doing so, fulfill himself, around the winter solstice in July, when the polar night reaches its absolute depth and the darkness seems as though it will never lift. At the very bottom of this warm mountain condensed from raw flesh, atop the bridge of this penguin's feet, a life vigil unfolds, the tenderest yet most heart-wrenching in the epic of existence. This male emperor penguin has now fasted continuously for over 2 months, his weight has shrunk by nearly half, his once plump frame appearing gaunt and hollowed out. Only his feet and that specialized anatomical patch beneath his abdomen preserve a most sacred warmth. His egg rests securely upon the bridge of his feet, which are lined with coarse scales and thick hide. Over it drapes a thick brooding pouch specialized from abdominal skin and lined with dense down, known scientifically as the brood patch. This patch is richly wired with blood vessels, steadily pouring the parent's final embers of energy downward, while directly beneath his body lies the hardened ice surface at -40 degrees. Throughout this lengthy incubation period spanning over 60 days, the emperor penguin must maintain a unique, near-static standing posture at all times. He cannot make large movements, even when rotating positions within the huddle. He must shift his body forward using a painfully slow, waddling, shuffling glide. For if he accidentally loosens his feet and the egg makes contact with the ice for even a few short seconds, the quickening life within will be flash frozen by the Antarctic freeze, snuffed out in its cradle. This is an immensely heavy cost. It demands this leviathan to surrender all instincts to stretch his frame, keeping his nerves and muscles strung taut against that 10,000th balance line. Every time the blizzard violently slams the huddle formation, his frame tremors faintly from sheer exhaustion, yet his talons grip the ice as though rooted, using his flesh as an absolute, insurmountable barrier of life. In this boundless dark, the lone melody across the storm-beaten wastes is the roar of the outer gale and the rhythmic, raspy respiration of countless lives within the huddle. These two forces interlace and echo, softening into a perfect midnight lullaby. The father uses his flesh and life as fuel, igniting a torch beneath the ice and snow that never goes out, passing this survival code down silently through generations for thousands of years. When the tail end of August delivers the first ray of long-lost, faint sunlight, casting a dreamy golden warmth through the glacial mists of the horizon onto the frost-coated black backs of the huddle, this emperor penguin finally welcomes the grandest liberation of his life and the most poignant turning point of destiny. Upon the bridge of his feet, the egg, amidst an exceedingly faint click of a splitting shell, finally hatches into a downy, large-eyed chick. Yet, due to the hardships of the long trek, the foraging line of mothers has not yet returned. The internal physiological alchemy sustained for months hits its most helpless zenith. In a state of starvation where his body has cannibalized itself to the limit, the father's esophageal glands begin to secrete a faint, viscous fluid rich in proteins and fats, akin to crop milk. This is the final nutrition he keeps for his offspring, bartered with his own life. As he lowers his head, guiding this thread of secretion tenderly into the chick's beak with his long bill, a massive returning vanguard of thousands of mothers finally punctuates the distant horizon. They carry back full stomachs of fresh fish and krill, bringing the abundance of the sea and the breath of spring. An echoing chorus of trumpeting instantly erupts across the colony, the ancient chemistry of mates tracing one another through unique acoustic signals among thousands of individuals. When the father finally transfers the exhausted yet miraculously surviving chick intact to his mate, he lacks even the spare energy for warmth, his internal fuel is utterly drained, and he must immediately set off alone to return to that ocean from which he has been parted for months. Turning away, treading upon feet stiffened by months of bearing weight, he walks lonely toward that icebound passage leading to the sea. The outer ice floes are fracturing and melting silently with the arrival of spring, transforming into a scattering of isolated islands drifting in the dark sea. He glides slowly across the disintegrating ice field, his gaze reflecting no ecstatic triumph, but merely a stoic numbness and certainty born of surviving an apocalypse. He knows the home he depends on is shifting, but his mission has achieved its most dignified execution within the breathing miracle of the huddle. Throughout the lengthy and lonely migration back to the ocean, the emperor penguin relies precisely on that tenacity etched into the deepest core of its genes and the ultimate tacit understanding of the collective to guide its lineage across the polar chasm of life and death time and again. Outsiders frequently praise their comical charm and cuteness in shallow water exploration as they hop among glaciers, mistakenly believing them to be the carefree darlings of the Antarctic. Yet, few witness their disheveled unselfishness in the heart of a blizzard, actively treading toward the outer perimeter to shield their companions. Still fewer comprehend their months-long, starving, voiceless vigil in the deep polar night. They lack the advanced intellect to reverse global warming trends that trigger premature fracturing of spring ice floes, nor do they possess extra weapons to battle the squeeze of the era. Their sole armor is that huddle formation woven from their own raw flesh and trust. Under this extreme concentration upon lineage and restraint, time seems to lose its past sharp edge upon their bodies, no longer a monster hounding life to sprint forward. Glaciers dissolve and seasons turn, while they merely follow the contract of an ancient system quietly, igniting the lone glimmer of hope upon the barrens with collective warmth during every winter night when the cold wind howls. This blind vigil, this unreserved surrender to life, may appear poignant under the brutal laws of natural selection, but within the vast epic of the universe, it commands an unrivaled dignity of life. He uses his entire existence to prove to this cold, volatile world that true security is never dictated by how ferocious the external storm rages, but by whether you can lean your bodies tightly together in the harshest extremes. Constructing a warm nest belonging to Trust.at midnight, the Antarctic wilderness gradually reclaims its primal peace. That distant storm and the roars of collapsing glaciers long dissolve into the lengthy river of time. The brilliant, hazy aurora, like a delicate green ribbon, flows tenderly across the deep night sky, sprinkling a faint, soothing glimmer upon the boundless, frozen earth. The emperor penguin, having weathered the ordeal of the polar night, the huddle trial, and the migration back to the sea, is perhaps sleeping peacefully alongside his family beneath another tranquil ice shadow now. In the prologue, we sought to uncover the riddle of destiny behind its refusal to fall at -40 degrees. Now, having listened to this chronicle of physiological ledgers, unselfish rotation, and torches of life, those mysteries have found their best home within the long wind of this long night. It has left no eternal structures upon the earth, nor carved brilliant triumphs into history. What it leaves to these barrens are merely those firm, gentle, waddling footprints that vanish with the blizzard yet reappear every single spring. Listening to the faint wind outside your window, a white noise like the long polar night wind across the barrens, and watching the final, faint, introverted warm glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the tight tension within your nerves finally received the gentlest comfort? No matter how ferocious the external storm rages, it can never invade this fortress built of memory and trust. Be like that creature beneath the ice and snow, completely drawing its body close to its companions through orderly rotation. On this night that requires nothing of your wakefulness, requiring you to battle no external storms alone, gently lay down all thoughts of gains, losses, anxieties, and tomorrows. Let your body settle slowly with the warmth of your bed, and let your mind dissolve completely into that pool of dreams, devoid of cold, containing only absolute order and sanctuary. Along with this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, and the wilderness has hushed into silence. May you carry this collective chemistry across thousands of years, rest peacefully, have a beautiful dream, and good night. Deep within the ferocious and unforgiving Arctic wilderness, the laws of survival are often equated with relentless running, brutal slaughter, and a desperate pursuit of warmth. Yet, when the sun sinks completely below the horizon and a months-long polar night seals the entire world like a colossal black shroud, a certain creature makes the most counterintuitive choice, actively heading toward where the blizzard rages hardest. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into her true life. This female polar bear curls quietly inside a sealed ice cave fashioned from thick snow drifts, meters beneath the frozen surface, peacefully closing her eyes amidst the muffled roars of the storm raging outside. The outside world is accustomed to gazing upon their power and majesty as apex predators upon the daylight ice floes, but few truly understand that this seemingly omnipotent being is placing herself in a half-year-old ordeal of life and death, tasting neither food nor water. The snowy haven she has carved out faces a polar hell of -50 degrees outside, cold enough to shatter bones in an instant, yet inside, relying solely on her rise and fall of breath, she preserves a miraculous temperature hovering near freezing, even radiating a snug warmth. To nurture a new hope within this barren, pitch-black world, the mother bear, throughout a long evolutionary epoch, surrendered her vast hunting domains and dialed her metabolism down to life's lowest spark, all to safeguard an ultimate maternal attachment. This is no tragedy of passive escape, but a silent epic of life written upon the frozen earth by a stoic solitary sentinel in the deep polar night, using a lifetime of forbearance, maternal love, and restraint. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rhythmic, deep respiration beside the polar bear, and immerse yourself in this midnight dream gently enveloped by ice and snow, when the last sliver of faint autumn twilight vanishes entirely from the pale waters of the Arctic Ocean. The biting gale, laden with razor-sharp ice crystals, begins to rampage frantically across the boundless barrens. At this hour, when most living things attempt to migrate south out of dread for the bitter winter or collapse into despair, this pregnant polar bear mother, treading heavy yet resolute steps, walks toward a steep snow slope against the direction of the storm. To comprehend this anomaly of the polar bear, we must first confront its merciless physiological ledger that offers no retreat. This is the turning point of her life and the first rift of destiny she must cross alone. At this moment, a new life is quickening within her body, but during the exceptionally barren Arctic winter, the ice sheets freeze over, traditional hunting grounds turn volatile, and continuing to roam the open wastes means a colossal drain of energy. To protect the unformed fetus in her womb, the mother bear must find an absolute sanctuary for herself and her cub before the blizzard locks the earth down completely. Halting before a deep, leeward snow slope, she begins to scoop the hardened snow outward, stroke by stroke, with her broad, powerful forepaws lined with sharp pads. This is an immensely long and physically taxing ordeal. The blowing snow threatens to bury her freshly dug traces instantly, yet her movements display not a hint of haste. Each sweep of her paw is deliberate, filled with anatomical precision. She digs downward along the slope to clear a long, inclined passage, and at its terminal end, carves out a circular snow chamber roughly 2 meters in diameter with a perfectly arched ceiling. The ingenious mastery of this chamber lies in its elevation, which sits slightly higher than the entrance of the passage. According to the physical principles of rising hot air, the core body heat and respiration she releases are locked beneath the dome, while the cold air sinks to the bottom of the passage. As she uses her final few strokes to backfill the entrance completely with packed snow, leaving only a microscopic vent to sustain breathing, she seals herself off with her own hands from that ferocious, frigid, and slaughter-filled outer world. Within this narrow universe forged from pure white snow, time seems to instantly lose all its sharp edges, transforming into a tranquil river flowing so slowly it almost grinds to a complete halt. Yet, within this isolated ice cave haven, the price of life paid by the polar bear mother is an ordeal of physiological extremes unimagined by the outside world. While the world outside endures a months-long polar night of -50 degrees and the gale wrenches piercing shrieks from century-old ice, the mother bear inside the snow cave has slowly lain down, curling her massive frame into a gentle crescent. From this moment onward, through a long span of 4 to 5 months, she will taste neither food nor water, and even excretion will cease entirely. In examining this unique torpor of the polar bear, the scientific community discovered with shock that it differs fundamentally from ordinary temperate black bears. While common bears undergo a major plunge in body temperature during hibernation, a pregnant polar bear must maintain her temperature at a normal level of around 37 degrees Celsius to guarantee the healthy development of her cubs. This means that, without a single scrap of external energy replenishment, her body must function like a precise furnace operating at minimum output yet unable to extinguish its spark for a single second, relying entirely on burning the thick layers of fat hoarded during the summer. Through complex biochemical pathways, her internal fat is melted into a steady stream of heat, water, and vital proteins needed to sustain life, while metabolic wastes are 100% reabsorbed and reorganized in a wondrous loop through the cecum and kidneys, leaving behind not a trace of waste. This ultimate discipline over energy and precision management coaxes the mother bear's brain into a state akin to meditative serenity, her heart rate slows, and her breathing becomes immensely long and steady. She has no need to ponder the fracturing of the ice sheet, plan tomorrow's hunt, or even comprehend when the dark will pass. She only needs to lie here silently, using her raw flesh as a shield against the frigid torrent outside the cave that is capable of annihilating all life. Amidst this intense solitude and numbness, she transforms scarcity into abundance and cold into security, anchoring an unbreakable fortress of maternal tenderness in the deepest recesses of the snow drifts. Around the winter solstice in December, when the polar night reaches its absolute depth and the darkness seems as though it will never lift, this silent snow den welcomes the most moving climax in the epic of life amidst a flurry of exceedingly faint cries, resembling the mewls of kittens. 2 frail polar bear cubs are born quietly into the boundless dark. They are so tiny and helpless that it is difficult to link them with the future apex predators of the ice fields, weighing hundreds of kilograms. A newborn cub is merely the size of an adult's palm, weighing a mere 500 grams or so. Their bodies are clad only in a sparse, near-translucent coat of faint down, their eyes shut tight, devoid of any capacity to ward off cold or care for themselves. If they were exposed outside the snow cave for even a single second at this time, the polar gale would instantly freeze these delicate lives into ice sculptures. In this most fragile juncture of life, the polar bear mother displays an inspiring delicacy and restraint. With immense slowness and profound gentleness, she shifts her colossal forelimbs, coaxing these 2 tiny lives softly into the depths of her embrace. Using her broad, warm, fat-laden abdomen and paws, she wraps the cubs completely, constructing the safest greenhouse in the world with her own body heat. Immediately following this, the alchemy sustained within the mother's frame for months hits its most sublime peak. In a state of tasting neither food nor drink, her mammary glands begin to steadily secrete precious, thick milk, resembling condensed milk, rich in over 40% fat content. This exceptionally high-calorie milk is the sole lifesaver for the cubs in the pitch black. They suckle greedily, every swallow transmuting into sustenance for the growth of bone and fur. Through the subsequent 2 months, the only melody within the snow cave is the rhythmic suckling of the cubs and the deep, raspy respiration of the mother. These 2 sounds intertwine and echo within the narrow chamber, softening into a perfect midnight lullaby. The mother uses her own flesh and life as fuel, igniting a torch beneath the ice and snow that never goes out, passing this survival code down silently through generations for thousands of years. Yet, this lineage of life, staking all survival chips entirely upon a snowbound sanctuary, must confront a brutal transformation of destiny the exact moment spring arrives without warning. When the tail end of February brings the first ray of long-awaited sunlight, casting a faint and hazy golden warmth against the dome of the cave, the mother bear knows the hour of departure has come. The 2 little polar bears, having grown carefree through 2 months, now weigh over a dozen kilograms. Their bodies have grown a thick, snowy, and elastic insulating coat, and their eyes gleam with clarity and curiosity toward the unknown world. The mother bear rises to her feet, her joints, unextended for months, releasing heavy pops. Her internal fat reservoirs are completely spent, her weight slashed precisely by half. The entire bear appears gaunt and hollowed out, save for those eyes that remain serene and unyielding. Walking to the terminal wall of the snow den, she begins to dig upward forcefully with her claws. As the final blocks of snow collapse, a long-lost polar glare, like a razor-sharp silver broadsword, instantly pierces the half-year darkness, shooting straight into the depths of the cave. That flash of blinding light forces the mother and her two cubs, accustomed to the dark, to squint their eyes in pain simultaneously. And when they tread the soft snow, stepping out of the ice haven to stand once more upon the boundless polar barrens, the brutal veil of destiny is truly lifted. The world outside is no longer the landscape they left behind. Due to drastic global climate shifts, the once solid and level spring ice floes are fracturing and melting silently at a visible speed, morphing into a scattering of isolated islands drifting in the freezing sea. The mother must lead her two cubs, who have never seen the outer world, treading laboriously across this disintegrating hunting ground, searching for ringed seals that can provide the desperate fat they need. The cubs run and roll excitedly on the chilly snow, utterly unable to comprehend the profound anxiety and heaviness in their mother's gaze, oblivious that the home they depend on for survival is turning into an inescapable, eternal cage under the crush of modern civilization. Throughout the long and lonely polar migration, the polar bear mother relies precisely on that tenacity and vigil etched into the deepest core of her genes to guide her bloodline across the chasm of life and death time and again. People in the outside world frequently praise their majesty and strength as kings of the ice fields in documentaries, mistakenly believing them to be an invincible myth of nature. Yet, few witness their disheveled desperation when the ice floes fracture, using their raw flesh to block the biting seawater to protect their young. Still fewer comprehend their months-long, starving, voiceless vigil in the depths of the polar night. They lack the advanced intellect to reverse the course of global warming, nor do they possess extra weapons to battle the squeeze of the era. Their sole armor is that ice haven woven from their own body heat and packed snow drifts. Under this extreme concentration upon lineage and restraint, time seems to lose its past sharp edge upon their bodies, no longer a monster hounding life to sprint forward. Glaciers dissolve and seasons turn, while they merely follow the ancient contract quietly, igniting the lone glimmer upon the wastes with maternal love during every winter night when the cold wind howls. This blind vigil, this unreserved surrender to life, may appear poignant under the brutal laws of natural selection, but within the vast epic of the universe, it commands an unrivaled dignity of life. She uses her entire existence to prove to this cold, volatile world that true security is never dictated by how ferocious the external storm rages, but by whether you can construct an unextinguishable, warm nest for the ones you love in the deepest sanctuary of your heart. At midnight, the Arctic wilderness gradually reclaims its primal peace. That distant storm and the roars of fracturing ice floes long dissolved into the lengthy river of time. The brilliant green aurora, like a silken ribbon, flows tenderly across the deep night sky, sprinkling a faint, soothing glimmer upon the boundless, frozen earth. The polar bear, having weathered the ordeal of the polar night, the nursing trial, and the spring migration, is perhaps treading off into another tranquil ice shadow now, slumbering peacefully alongside her cubs. In the prologue, we sought to uncover the riddle of destiny behind its winter slumber. Now, having listened to this chronicle of snow insulation, extreme fiscal austerity, and ash-abiding vigil, those mysteries have found their answers within the breeze of this long night. It has left no eternal structures upon the earth, nor carved brilliant triumphs into history. What it leaves to these barrens are merely those firm, gentle footprints that vanish with the blizzard yet reappear every single spring. Listening to the faint, rhythmic wind outside your window, a white noise like the long polar night across the barrens, and watching the final, faint, introverted glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the fatigue within your body finally found its safe haven? Be like that creature beneath the ice and snow, cradling her young tightly in her embrace. On this night that requires nothing of your wakefulness, requiring you to battle no external storms alone, gently lay down all thoughts of gains, losses, anxieties, and tomorrows. Let your body settle slowly with the warmth of your bed, and let your mind dissolve completely into that pool of dreams, devoid of cold, containing only absolute sanctuary. Along with this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, and the barrens have hushed into silence. May you be accompanied by this crisp fragrance, rest peacefully, have a beautiful dream, and good night. Deep within the ferocious, clamorous East African savanna, rife with fleeting predation, the laws of survival are often equated with the peak of speed, the sharpness of fangs, and ceaseless, panicked flight. Yet, when the blistering dry season gales scatter the last shred of cloud, baking the boundless earth into cracked fissures, a certain creature uses the heaviest, slowest strides to mock the impetuousness of the secular world across a long expanse of time. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into his true life. This male African elephant stands quietly upon an ancient, wind-eroded migration corridor hundreds of kilometers away from any water source, his colossal frame, weathered and laced with countless deep wrinkles, appearing boundlessly serene beneath the faint moonlight. The outside world is accustomed to gazing upon their raw power and fury as the primary titans of land in fierce documentaries, but few truly understand that this seemingly indestructible being relies on thick layers of fat beneath his feet to silently harvest the faint seismic resonances of the earth from hundreds of kilometers away. This long journey of migration is an absolute certainty devoid of words or tearing bursts of wind, just like an ancient mountain range pushing slowly across the wastes, dissolving local restlessness and anxiety into the heavy vibrations of space and time. To survive upon this desolate continent hit by devastating droughts every few years, the African elephant made a series of astonishing, even poignant compromises along its lengthy lineage. He surrendered the physical freedom of a light and agile body, anchoring his entire existence to a primeval map drawn inside his mind by ancestors with blood and tears, using an almost obsessive, massive memory to counter nature's coldest winnowing. This is no family holiday packed with laughter and cheer, but a reclusive hermit meditating lonely on the vast, weaving a silent epic in the shifting dust through a lifetime of strides, endurance, and maternal vigils. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rhythmic, heavy, and steady footsteps beside the African elephant, immersing yourself in this midnight dreamscape tenderly wrapped in primeval infrasound. When the last glint of autumn moisture completely evaporates from the margins of the Serengeti, the boiling equatorial heatwaves, laden with parched grass debris, begin to unfold silently across the split red soil. At this hour, when most primates and herbivores fall into acute anxiety over a desperate lack of water and begin to crash blindly in all directions, the march of the African elephant herd commences in a state of absolute silence and composure. The matriarch, acting as the core of the herd, slowly turns her colossal body away from a dead acacia tree. Her ears, startlingly massive like twin ancient shields, give a soft flap before she presses her long trunk flush against the parched ground. To comprehend this aged giant's absolute certainty, we must first confront her strict physiological ledger that offers no retreat. This is the starting point of all her wisdom and the first rift binding her destiny. A mature African elephant demands hundreds of kilograms of foliage and hundreds of liters of fresh water daily. This massive energetic expense policy means that during the dry season when food and water are entirely severed, a single erroneous turn will plunge the entire family line into an inescapable abyss of death. Cruelly, an elephant's mass is too vast, they cannot sprint across kilometers in minutes like an antelope. Every single stride drains an incalculable payload of core energy, which dictates a life logic that strictly forbids any wasteful empty consumption. To take root in corners devoid of water sources, the African elephant thoroughly remodeled its foot anatomy across long evolution on a microphysical scale. If we slice open its foot, an awe-inspiring acoustic world reveals itself. Within its massive circular sole is wrapped a thick, soft, and hyperelastic padding of collagenous fat, densely packed with thousands of hypersensitive Pacinian corpuscles. These tiny nerve endings function like a fleet of miniature seismographs buried in raw flesh. When a faint thunderstorm crackles hundreds of kilometers away, or another herd stomps the earth with heavy strides, the resulting low-frequency infrasound traveling through the crust's rock strata triggers a minute vibration in the parched sand grains. This vibration is exceptionally faint, its frequency falling far below the limits human ears can register. Yet, when it filters through the thick padding of the elephant's soul, those Pacinian corpuscles perfectly capture, amplify, and guide it straight up the robust limb bones to her middle ear and brain. The elephant's brain, boasting an incredible volume, particularly its highly developed temporal lobes wired for memory and emotion, can instantly reconstruct this planetary tremor into a three-dimensional map containing direction, distance, and water table humidity. This ultimate low-frequency dialogue allows her core body heat and planetary tremors to strike a balance in the gentlest way on a microscale as she wanders the freezing long night, unhurried and deliberate, fully complying with the natural laws of fluid dynamics and acoustics. Her entire life is spent within this infrasound greenhouse, built by hand from ancestral memories and planetary tremors, demanding the utmost stability to execute that mortal lifeline etched into the deepest core of her ancient genes. However, the heaviest price the African elephant pays in its epic of life to maintain this ultimate slow stride and ancient listening lies hidden within its massive body's powerless rebellion against natural shifts. To safeguard that sensitive fat pad beneath the soles during long treks, the elephant's skin surface evolved countless crisscrossing cracks and wrinkles deep to several centimeters. These fissures trap mud and moisture securely, serving to dissipate heat and shield against the sun. Yet, this anatomy turns into a lethal, incomprehensible cage of destiny when facing the rapid expansion of modern human civilization. Under the ruthless crush of the era's giant wheel, the once open, continuous barrens have been severed without mercy by straight, hard asphalt highways and soaring wire-fenced ranches. These modern structures thoroughly tear asunder the ancient contract between the African elephant and the earth. When the old matriarch guides her family line through the thirst and hunger-stricken midnight, relying on memories from 50 years ago to reach a generation past narrow mountain pass, what awaits them is a cold, harshly rusted boundary fence of a forbidden zone. Those sharp iron barbs glint coldly beneath the faint moonlight, though they might be physically breached by an elephant's massive bulk. The accompanying gunshots and conflicts with humans would force this ancient lineage to pay a bloody, tragic price. At this agonizing crossroads of a dilemma, the matriarch must maintain absolute restraint. She stands silently in the dark for hours, her ears flapping intensely as she attempts to map an untrodden alternative corridor inside her mind. This brutal deprivation of memory and overexhaustion of physiological limits stand as the deepest trauma elephants carry in the modern world. Their massive frames appear so helpless and desolate before the wire fences, every low moan rippling outward into circles of fate-laden sighs through the air. If the primeval map inside an elephant's mind is their invisible armor for crossing crises, then inside the dead end of an extreme drought, their 2-meter trunk, packed with tens of thousands of muscle units, stands as their secret weapon against the grim reaper in a desolate world. When the dry season grinds into its third month, the once spacious rivers have morphed completely into a parched, cracked sand bed of absolute silence. The air holds not a shred of vapor, and surrounding herbivores collapse dead in sheets from sheer exhaustion. In this most fragile milestone of life, the African elephant matriarch displays an inspiring delicacy and resolve, halting before a parched river channel that betrays not a single trace of water flow. Closing her eyes, she inserts her sensitive trunk deeply beneath the parched sand layers. Relying on a faint memory of escaping death here alongside her mother decades ago, she detects that thread of near-static underground undercurrent buried meters beneath the silt. Immediately following this, she commands the robust adult females of the herd, using their heavy, sharp forelimbs and tusks to dig into the parched sand bed, stroke by stroke, tusk by tusk. This is an intensely long and physically grueling ordeal. The loose sand continuously caves inward toward the center, and the kicked-up dust blurs their eyes, yet the herd's movements betray not a modicum of haste. Each sweep is exceptionally orderly and patient. As the digging plunges deeper, a circular sand well meters deep finally takes form in the center of the cracked riverbed. At the very bottom of that pit, the parched soil begins to moisten, and a sliver of pristine, freezing life-spring water finally oozes slowly from the sandy gaps. In that split second, cool vapor diffuses into the blistering air, yet the restraint displayed by the elephant family inspires reverence. The matriarch does not step up first to drink her fill, but stands silently beside the pit, using her massive bulk to shield against outer perils, permitting the infant calves and lactating mothers to lower their trunks first to suckle this precious nectar of life. Using her experience and endurance, the mother fashions an unextinguishable life sanctuary for her young beneath the dried ruins, passing this survival code down silently through generations for thousands of years. The tenderest yet most heart-wrenching aspect of an elephant's existence is undoubtedly that deep, voiceless web of attachment within the elephant family that transcends life and death. When the herd suffers an insurmountable disaster during long migrations, or an aged companion collapses slowly beneath a silent acacia tree because her frame is spent with years and unable to keep up with that slow yet ceaseless pace, the echo of destiny for this being hits its most sublime zenith. They do not disperse with cold indifference upon a companion's demise as other wild beasts do. The herd slowly forms a majestic circle around the fallen comrade, their long trunks softly stroking her already freezing, stiff ears and tusks time and again. They keep vigil beside the carcass for days and nights, using their heavy sawls to kick surrounding dry grass and broken branches over her frame, as if conducting a silent earth funeral. Even many years later, when this herd passes this desolate ruin long reduced to bleached bones once more, the elephants halt their strides unerringly. They reach down with their trunks to lift a weathered, whitening bone softly, testing it gently against their mouths or passing it slowly between their broad sawls, their eyes gleaming with a sorrow and remembrance beyond verbal explanation. This reverence for death and blind defense of the past is a logic of destiny etched into the deepest core of an elephant's genes. They carry the most delicate emotions within the heaviest flesh, evolving into a living monument of memory across the torrent of time. In the blind corners of the wilderness constantly squeezed by human civilization, people frequently glimpse their solitary figures walking across the open wastes, their massive bulks coated in the red dust of long treks, their eyes filled with innocence, confusion, and a quiet sigh for this fast-changing world, returning once more to the deep, vast barrens devoid of human clamor. The African elephant becomes an invisible sage wrapped between heaven and earth again, quietly and coldly watching the shifting winds and clouds of the planet. Upon the wide savanna, countless short-lived creatures cycle in a frantic rush driven by desire or shriek out of terror, running blindly in the dark, frantically draining their stamina and intellect for mere scraps of survival. Yet, when the elephant's mountain steady, colossal silhouette shifts past the tips of the wild grass, the entire space seems to slow down owing to this meditative composure, and time loses its past sharp edge within his pinny. With ultimate slowness, he successfully weaves a blind spot net free from worldly disruption amidst the turbulent currents of twisting years. Faced with the plight of survival and the squeeze of the era, he displays no violent rebellion or angry trumpet, but rather a near sculptural forbearance and absolute yielding to natural laws. Over long ages, he has seen too many powerful beasts perish from a moment of impulse, and too many monarchs exhaust themselves to death in pursuit of speed. He merely paces his own strides quietly, letting the wind blow and the rain fall, letting time weather the stone walls, silently hoarding every faint ounce of strength to perpetuate his bloodline in the deepest silence. This slowness, this ultimate pursuit of past memories, might seem a trivial exit in the eyes of the clamorous modern secular world, but within the boundless dimension of time, it commands an unrivaled, dignity-filled philosophy of higher life. The East African savanna of the deep night welcomes another delicate, lingering breeze. The rustling wind brushes past parched acacia leaves and wild grass, generating a rhythmic, reassuring white noise. Perched beneath the boundless starry sky, the African elephant slightly adjusts the angle of his ears, letting the cool night wind carry away the final trace of daytime chaos and fatigue from his frame. In the prologue, we marveled at his counterintuitive infrasonic listening and his acoustic riddles within the freezing wilderness. Now, all those mysteries have found their best home in the deep recesses of this placid plain. He has left the world no deafening clamor, nor glorious records of conquering vast territories. What he leaves behind is simply a tender trace of heavy yet gentle footprints gliding beneath the moonlight. In his world, time is no longer a monster urging life to sprint forward relentlessly, but a breath of clear wind flowing gently through the microears and footpad fats, completely cancelled of noise. He uses his entire life to prove to us that in this universe packed with anxiety, competition, and noise, remaining quiet and learning to listen is actually an exceptionally decent and dignified way to live. Listening to the rhythmic rise and fall of the night wind rustling outside your window and watching the final, faint, introverted warm glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the tight tension within your nerves finally received the gentlest comfort? There is no need to fret over unfinished tasks with intense anxiety, nor tremble over tomorrow's unknowns. Like that weathered being suspended beneath the starry sky, lay down all your defenses and burdens. Let your tight muscles fully unwind with every rise and fall of your breath. Let your weary mind slowly find its footing and settle into this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, and the physics story inside the primeval memories and slow strides has concluded. May you carry this ultimate tenderness, tranquility, and silent attachment. Gently close your eyes, have a beautiful dream, and good night. Deep within the fierce and unforgiving rainforest, the laws of survival are usually dictated by speed, power, and endless running. However, there is a creature that does quite the opposite. With an almost eternal stillness, it has thrived for millions of years high up in the peril-ridden jungle. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into its true life. This seemingly sluggish sloth hangs quietly from an ancient branch of the canopy, 40 meters above the ground. Its every breath is so faint that even the sharpest predators passing by would mistake it for nothing more than a gnarl on the tree bark. The scientific community once viewed this creature with bewilderment and mockery, even naming it after sloth, one of the 7 deadly sins. Yet, few truly understand that this being, branded with the name of laziness, is actually a reclusive philosopher that utilizes energy to the absolute limit. Along its long evolutionary path, it surrendered the right to run, but in exchange, it gained a timeless survival wisdom that endures nature's harshest winnowing. This is no tragedy of passive retreat, but a hymn of life softly sung across the river of time with extreme restraint, tenderness, and endurance. Now, please let your breath settle down slowly and quietly with the midnight rain of the forest, and listen to this miracle of stillness from the high green screen. As the morning light parts the heavy mists over the Amazon and sunbeams sprinkle bit by bit onto the damp leaves, the entire forest begins to awaken. Countless creatures are crying out, hunting, and frantically expending their energy for mere scraps of survival. Yet, the sloth's day begins in absolute silence. It slowly opens its eyes, which bear a natural dark hue and seem forever touched by weariness and gentleness. There is no trace of anxiety in its gaze, nor any dread of the unknown. For the sloth, moving just a single step requires several minutes of planning and execution. Every motion looks like a close-up shot slowed down 1,000 times in a movie. To understand this slowness, we must first uncover its astonishing, instrument-like physiological ledger. In the world of warm-blooded animals, maintaining body temperature is an expensive energetic expense, but the sloth chooses a policy of extreme fiscal austerity. Its basal metabolic rate is incredibly low, only 1/3 to 1/2 that of mammals of similar size, which means it consumes a pitifully small amount of calories each day. To see this low energy consumption through to the end, the sloth has even abandoned the mammalian instinct to shiver for heat generation when cold. When the early morning rainforest is chilly, it moves like a cold-blooded reptile, slowly shifting to a branch hit by direct sunlight, raising its body temperature through sunbathing. Its body is like a precise solar collector, unhurried, perfectly attuned to the gifts and rhythms of nature, making no futile struggles. Under this extreme restraint, time seems to lose its sharp edge upon its body, turning into a river that flows so slowly it almost grinds to a peaceful halt. If we turn our gaze to the internal world of the sloth, we find that its digestive system is likewise a long and lonely spiritual practice. Within its small frame lies an enormous, multi-chambered stomach that accounts for roughly 1/3 of its entire body weight. This stomach is packed with its sole source of sustenance, the coarse-fibered, toxin-laced, and nutritionally destitute leaves from the high rainforest. To convert these tough leaves, shunned even by insects, into energy, billions of specialized microbes reside in the sloth's stomach, silently carrying out a slow fermentation in the dark. This is by no means an overnight process. A single green leaf it swallows often undergoes a journey spanning a month or even a month and a half before being completely digested and absorbed. Throughout this lengthy digestive cycle, its stomach is always heavy, preventing it from leaping and darting gracefully through the canopy like a monkey. It must restrain its appetite and endure the heaviness brought by food that lingers for so long, living each day like a silent, burdened march. Yet, it is precisely this miracle of digestion, where speed is brought to zero, that allows the sloth to carve out an absolute sanctuary of its own in the bloodless food competition of the rainforest. It does not compete with powerful primates for sweet fruits, nor with fierce birds for tender insects. It merely chews on bitter leaves that nobody else wants. In this unapplauded journey of discipline, it transforms scarcity into abundance and heaviness into stability, constructing a haven far from the madding crowd in the deepest recesses of the canopy. If a low metabolism and slow digestion are the cornerstones of the sloth's survival, then its unique muscular and skeletal structure is an anatomical miracle hanging high in the sky of fate. When a human adult attempts to hang from a pull-up bar, within a few minutes, the arm muscles throb with intense soreness and weakness due to lactic acid buildup. Yet, a sloth can hang upside down, back to the earth, tens of meters above the ground for days and nights on end, never letting go even in its sleep. The secret lies in its seemingly frail arms, which possess a highly specialized tendon mechanism that locks its limbs firmly onto the branches. When its flexor tendons are pulled downward by the body's gravity, they automatically close and lock, meaning it does not need to expend any active muscular force to maintain its suspension. For the sloth, gripping a branch is not an action requiring forceful resistance, it is a naturally occurring, most relaxing state of rest under the influence of gravity. Even in rare instances when an individual reaches the end of its life and its heart stops beating, it will still maintain its living posture, tightly clasped to the treetop. Not until the wind and rain completely weather its bones will it softly and silently plummet from the canopy it loved all its life into the embrace of the earth on a quiet night. Aside from this ingenious locking mechanism, the white muscle fibers responsible for explosive power and rapid movement have almost completely degenerated in the sloth, replaced by red muscles engineered for endurance. These muscles cannot provide a swift pounce or an explosive escape, but they endow the sloth with a tireless, static power to weather the passage of time on the windswept canopy. Its life is spent gathering all its strength inward, quietly welcoming the sunrise and sunset of the rainforest in a posture akin to a living sculpture, yet, behind this nearly perfect philosophy of stillness lies a cruel and inescapable riddle of destiny, which marks the most perilous moments of a sloth's life. Although they spend over 90% of their time in the safety of the canopy, about once a week, they must make a decision that defies all survival instincts. In the quiet dawn or dusk of the rainforest, they climb down the thick, mottled trunks, step by agonizingly slow step, descending to the death-threatened ground just to defecate. Because the forest floor is soft and riddled with unseen dangers, and because the sloth's hind limbs have long adapted to hanging, it cannot walk upright on the ground. Once on the floor, the sloth can only drag itself forward using the sharp claws of its forelimbs to grip grass roots, moving through the mud and leaf litter like a severely wounded soldier. At this stage, any jaguar, margay lurking in the undergrowth, or giant anaconda in the grass could easily claim its life. According to long-term observations and statistics by biologists, more than half of all sloths meet their demise during these brief tens of minutes when they leave the canopy and venture onto the ground. People often wonder why a creature so exquisitely evolved never learned to relieve itself directly from the treetops, choosing instead to risk its life coming down. The answer to this riddle is finally revealed in the marvelous, mutualistic symbiotic universe built by countless microscopic lives upon the sloth itself. When the sloth defecates with great difficulty on the ground, the specialized moths living in its thick fur, sloth moths, take the opportunity to lay their eggs in the fresh dung. When the next generation of moths hatches and matures, they fly back up to the canopy to find a sloth, which serves as their lifelong habitat and breeding ground. As these moths die and decompose within the sloth's fur, the nutrients released happen to nourish a unique green alga that grows wildly in the hair. This alga not only paints the sloth with a perfect, dark green camouflage during the rainy season, blending it seamlessly into its surroundings, but also serves as a precious micronutritional supplement when food is scarce. To nurture this community of tiny lives and maintain that life-saving green coat, the sloth willingly braves mortal peril, fulfilling an ancient contract with the earth once every week. This journey into danger is no longer a symbol of stupidity, but a bond of destiny deeply intertwined with the entire ecosystem, transcending individual life and death. Returning once more to the high canopy, the sloth becomes an invisible sage wrapped in greenery, quietly watching the shifting winds and clouds of the rainforest. In the sky above, the harpy eagle, the most terrifying aerial apex predator of the jungle, circles with a massive wingspan and razor-sharp talons capable of easily crushing a monkey's skull. The harpy eagle possesses immaculate eyesight. Any figure darting frantically through the canopy is locked into its gaze in a split second, inviting a lethal dive. Yet, when the eagle's cold, piercing eyes sweep across the branch where the sloth hangs, it almost always overlooks it entirely, never pausing for a second. In the visual logic of a predator, motion signifies life and food, whereas pure stillness blended with environmental colors equates to nothing more than worthless dead wood or stone. With its ultimate slowness, the sloth weaves a perfect blind spot right under the predator's nose, successfully deceiving the top hunters. Faced with mortal danger, it displays no violent resistance, but rather an almost meditative forbearance, dissolving itself entirely into the surrounding world. Over the long ages, it has seen too many creatures perish from a moment of impulse, and too many strong beasts exhaust themselves to death in pursuit of speed. It merely stays in place, letting the wind blow and the rain fall, letting the seasons turn, silently hoarding every faint ounce of energy to endure in the deepest silence. This slowness may look like weakness and incompetence in the eyes of the secular world, but within the dimension of time, it is an unrivaled, wisdom-filled defense mechanism of the highest order. The midnight rainforest welcomes another delicate, lingering downpour. Fine raindrops patter against banana leaves, generating a rustic, soothing white noise. Hanging from that ancient high trunk, the sloth slightly adjusts the angle of its body, letting the warm rain wash through its thick, algae-covered coat. In the prologue, we marveled at its counterintuitive stillness and its seemingly perilous riddles of fate. Now, all those mysteries have found their home in this peaceful rain. It has left the world no thrilling hunting legends, nor glorious records of conquering territories. What it leaves behind is simply a living, breathing, fluid microforest. Upon its body, time is no longer a monster urging life to sprint forward relentlessly, but a breath of clear wind flowing gently through the foliage without leaving a trace. It uses its entire life to prove to us that in this universe filled with anxiety, competition, and clamor, slowing down is actually an extremely decent and dignified way to live. Listening to the rain gathering outside your window and watching the dying embers of the hearth pulsing faintly in the dark, can you feel that profound serenity drifting down from the high canopy? There is no need to fret over unfinished tasks, nor worry about tomorrow's unknowns. Like that sloth suspended beneath the starry sky, lay down all your defenses and burdens. Let your tight muscles fully unwind with every rise and fall of your breath. Let your weary mind slowly find its footing and settle into this story you need not try to remember. The night is far spent, and the tale of the rainforest has come to an end. May you carry this ultimate tenderness and tranquility. Gently close your eyes, have a beautiful dream, and good night. When you lie on your bed in the windless dark of night, watching the moonlight cut into mottled shards by the curtains, your brain may still be tossing and turning over the clamor and regrets of the day. Yet, the most famous counterintuitive miracle in the history of biological evolution, and the most fascinating ultimate riddle, coldly tells us that at the very bottom of those cold, turbid rivers on Earth that see not a single ray of sunlight, a silent spiritual practice lasting 200 million years is actually taking place. If we turn our gaze toward that deep-water world filled with unknown silt, you will not see a single shred of modern species impatience. You will only see an extraordinarily peculiar frame, akin to a mythical creation, gliding gently through the ultradark aquatic depths with eyes closed. It does not rely on sight, it does not depend on hearing, and at the very instant it plunges beneath the water, it seals its eyes, ears, and nostrils tightly inside the folds of its skin, completely severing all direct contact with the external physical world. The silent roaming of the platypus, tactile potentials at the bottom of dark rivers. Today, it is no longer a comical summary about primitivity and degeneration in a science journal, but an ultimate meditative lullaby left by nature for the night and for insomniacs. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into its true life. In this micro-wandering of extreme self-restraint at the bottom of dark rivers, all daytime anxieties and impetuousness will be ruthlessly washed away by the vastness of the timescale, leaving behind only the ultimate serenity, destiny, and tenderness. The first fracture of destiny in our story unfolds during a bitterly cold dusk, where the air faintly bears the crisp fragrance of eucalyptus and a chilly wind brushes across the water's surface. It is a slow-moving, pristine stream nestled on the eastern edge of the Australian continent, where ancient ferns along the banks cast long, low-saturation dark gray shadows into the night. A 3-year-old platypus, petite in size, refined in features, and covered entirely in dense, waterproof fur like a sea otter, squats quietly on the soft, damp gray mud of the bank. Its flat, leathery black bill rhythmically touches the water, stirring up circles of extremely faint, beautifully delicate ripples that are regular almost to the point of hypnosis. Within the ancient physiological world inside its body, one of nature's most wondrous prompts for sleep is quietly occurring. Unlike terrestrial mammals whose blood boils and heartbeats skyrocket for the chase, its core biological clock secretes an intensely restrained, introverted hormonal stream throughout its frame. Through the baptism of 200 million years, its basal metabolic rate has been actively pressed down to an unimaginably low trough, supreme, most tender physiological retreat made after seeing through how worldly laws exploit life. The dusk deepens, and at the exact split second the last glint of twilight is completely swallowed by the shadows of the flowing water, its feet push off gently. With an exquisitely elegant motion that makes not a single splash, it glides smoothly into the dark, freezing depths of the underwater world. At that precise instant, the skin folds on its face spontaneously tighten, enveloping and sealing away its eyes and ears perfectly. Its vision vanishes into a pure, absolute blackness, and its ears can no longer catch the land's wind and clamor. It surrenders itself entirely to this dark river, discarding all the arrogance of modern high-energy senses, relying solely on that specialized bill swaying gently from side to side in the current to begin a midnight silent cruise wholly independent of the sun. Once the floodgates of its senses are completely shut, the small platypus's seemingly clumsy black bill unveils a miracle of slow aesthetics that transcends the limits of human imagination within the dark. Riverbed silt. This is a tapestry of time carved out by nature's most rigorous physical laws. Across the leathery, soft skin of its bill are densely distributed a staggering 40,000 incredibly sensitive electroreceptors, alongside tens of thousands of precise mechanical tactile receptors. As it glides along the turbid, freezing river bottom with an exceptionally regular, side-to-side swaying gait, these receptors capture minute potential difference changes of 1/10,000,000th of a volt in the surrounding water with a voiceless frequency. Within its microscopic realm, the ultradark river floor is actually an intensely gorgeous, orderly starry sky woven from faint electrical currents. A tiny shrimp a few centimeters away in the mud gently twitches a muscle, releasing a sliver of a biological electrical signal into the current, and this signal instantly sparks a gentle ripple within the grid of the bill. It has no need to open its eyes or discern the color of its neighbor. Through 200 million years of forbearance and evolution, its cerebral cortex long ago mastered decoding these faint potential differences into panoramic maps of the riverbed, brimming with geometric beauty and absolute certainty. It drifts through this dark gold castle woven of currents and aquatic white noise, every movement slowed to the absolute limit, devoid of any haste, devoid of any aggression. It merely yields to the will of gravity and flowing water, breathing silently within the crevices of each sedimentary rock. Time slows its steps completely here. The epochal shifts and the rise and fall of civilizations upon dry land manifest in the center of this icy riverbed mud merely as a subtle dissipation of a 10,000,000th of a gram in the decay rate of a fallen leaf on the surface. Like a refined elder who has weathered the ages and seen through the disillusionment of fame and wealth, it quietly recalibrates its heart rate with every slow sweep of the water ripples, turning this 200-million-year-old body into a miniature oasis of self-healing, covered in fine gray fur, drifting in the perpetual night. To truly perceive the secret of life wrapped beneath this deep water and earth, we must pivot our perspective to the most poignant milestone of its existence, filled with the tension of fate and power, the late autumn vigil of brooding. During the annual breeding season, the mother platypus, elegant in form, with melancholy eyes, will alone dig out a deep, damp subterranean tunnel spanning up to 20 meters into the bank sloping by the stream. At the very end of this tunnel lies a deeply warm, secure chamber lined with decaying leaves. To shelter her two precious, ancient eggs, whose shells are as soft and pliable as leather, from the ruthless compression of external predators, she uses her flat tail to beat the damp earth firm, inch by inch. She erects several sturdy barricades within the tunnel, completely severing herself from the bustling world outside. This is an ultimate cloistered meditation lasting several weeks, unwritten by a single word, pushing a mother's love, ordered with human-like logic, to its absolute peak. In the darkest depths of the mud bed and tree burrow, shielded from the sun, she presses the two eggs tightly against her warm abdomen, using her own core heat to counter the biting terrestrial chills seeping from the soil. In that cramped space, the conventional concept of time undergoes a transformation close to a miracle. She possesses no hard eggshells or incubator like ordinary birds. She can only use her own endurance and flesh to bear the unceasing pressure of the dark, until two tiny, semi-translucent hatchlings, no larger than peanuts, break through. In the subsequent nursing phase, what inspires even deeper awe and tenderness is that, as a member of the ancient order Monotremata, her body never evolved any teat structures for suckling. The surface of her refined belly fur, much like a human secreting sweat during a state of deep relaxation, lets rich, milk-white fluid, brimming with antibacterial factors, ooze out with extreme slowness and restraint through specialized glandular pores. The two tiny joeys keep their eyes closed, resting upon her warm belly with utter submission and deep attachment, licking away these drops of primeval nectar as they stream through the fur. In this voiceless, sweet-scented micro-oasis, they pass the spark of life down through the generations. This subterranean lineage, rife with relational tension and clashing with the outer epoch, carries no announcements and makes not a single sound. The mother silently bears the toll of exhausted stamina, her every breath carving out a tender domain for her young so they are not wholly consumed by absolute darkness, forging physical pain into the most unyielding, long-lasting confession on this planet amidst frigid silence. The most profoundly healing and reassuring aspect of the platypus's silent roaming lies in its absolute equity and eternal stillness, which transcend all human social structures. In the year 2026, no matter how unimaginably high the technology of human society has climbed, and no matter how secular utility, fame, and anxiety cause souls to toss and turn in the dead of night, unable to find rest, this slow-moving life dwelling at the dark river bottom keeps the tactile potential frequencies within its body synchronized to that exact same intensely slow, intensely restrained unique beat from 200 million years ago. Right at this moment, in this room so quiet you can only catch the faint murmurs of shifting water, and in every corner of this building, nature's purest aesthetic of survival transforms into a psychological prompt steeped in a sense of attachment, softly stroking your taut cerebral cortex and soothing your anxious heartstrings. That tiny platypus has no need to prove its might in a storm, nor tremble over tomorrow's direction. It simply accepts the limitations of its physical frame with equanimity, choosing to shut down all its external senses every single night, surrendering itself completely to this icy river that has embraced it for millennia. Its every faint heartbeat, its every slow glide across the mud bed, telepaths an anchor of absolute acceptance to the midnight insomniac. It's all right. Now is the time to rest. You can safely close your eyes, and shut away your sight and hearing. No matter how chaotic the world becomes, the ultra-dark aquatic floor forever preserves its most certain tranquility and self-healing. Before such a grand, unyielding, and eternal ecological law, all the gains and losses we cling to during the day, the anxieties, regrets, and pains that strip us of our sleep, reveal themselves to be utterly insignificant, like a single speck of gray dust drifting down upon the oceanic riverbed, vanishing in a flash. Like an elegant elder who has witnessed the rise and fall of space and time, it whispers tenderly in your ear during every lonely night, using a near-static evolutionary rhythm of 200 million years. Lay down your defenses. Return all your tension back into the ultra-slow cadence of nature. Everything is well, everything will pass. Through a silent voyage and physiological endurance spanning 200 million years, it proves that the complete shutting away of senses and self-retreat stand as the most ultimate, long-lasting ancient self-healing aesthetic in this cold world. As the midnight tides gradually smooth over every rise and fall of the entire river, that silent roaming ball unfolding at the bottom of the dark waters will ultimately meet its most gentle nocturnal curtain drop. Over the coming hours, that gentle hermit, having catalogued tens of thousands of potential perceptions beneath the surface, will completely cease its slow cruising along the margins of the mud bed. Following familiar lines of gravity, it will return deep within that dim tree burrow blanketed in layers of dry grass and fallen leaves, dangling its limbs in the most relaxed posture to slip into a deep torpor lasting over a dozen hours. The entire frigid underwater space will harbor no further stirrings. Only those threads of faint bioelectric particles emanating from the skin of its bill will quietly disperse through the icy water, releasing a delicate, subtle fragrance touched with the lingering warmth of fallen leaves and ancient snows, wrapping you and this weary world together in silence. The silent roaming of the platypus, tactile potentials at the bottom of dark rivers, she has answered all the ultimate riddles regarding the rhythm of survival posed in the prologue. She proves that we are never orphans who appeared by chance in the lonely dark, but beautiful notes destined to emerge within this 200 million year-long symphony of the earth. The world has grown perfectly still. The moonlight outside your window, moving in tandem with the blood circulation inside your body, weaves a shroud of dim light and shadow, safest and most reassuring, within your room. There is no need to ponder where the destination of growth lies, nor fret over when tomorrow's wind and rain will cease. You only need to align with the ancient, regular, slow heartbeats of these creatures from the deep and completely relax your breathing. The story has gently come to rest. That river lullaby, performed in concert by silt and tactile potentials, echoes softly inside your mind. Please close your eyes, and sink peacefully into this deepest, most tranquil dreamscape woven for you by a platypus. Good night. In the high-altitude fir forests at the foothills of the Himalayas, where mists linger all year round, what kind of posture must a life assume to endure nature's most ultimate isolation and bitter cold? The elevation here spans a precipitous 3,000 meters, where the thin air feels like crushed ice from the Arctic and the mountain winds cut as sharply as stone knives honed for thousands of years. Most living creatures in this peril-ridden old-growth forest are always in a hurried rush, exhausted merely by the act of making a living, yet, there is a creature that chooses to let the passage of time unfold with infinite slowness here. The red panda, a life endowed with a signature reddish-brown fluffy coat and an inherent natural cuteness, has lived out a form of motionless poetry between the steepest moss-covered cliffs and the deepest oceans of bamboo. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. When the night curtains fall completely low and the star-filled sky scatters like fine diamonds upon the thick moss of ancient tree trunks, he is lying quietly on a massive fir branch spanning across the air. He does not behave like other nocturnal animals filled with high-strung vigilance. Instead, he completely relaxes his limbs, letting them drape into the empty air along with his rounded, soft belly, hanging loosely on both sides of the tree limb. That long, fluffy tail bearing 9 alternating dark and light rings now submissively trails in the wind like a warm ribbon, gleaming with a faint bronze aura under the moonlight. In this anxious world that is forever urging you to run, the red panda's every face-washing movement, every curled embrace of his tail, and every light, measured step are as slow as a deep and gentle meditation. He never cares where the world below has progressed, nor does he heed the names humans have bestowed upon him. He simply guards his own peace within this ancient forest canopy. Throughout this tranquility, let us drift into the faint fragrance of alpine plants along with his breathing. The morning of the high-altitude forest often begins with a glimmer of near-motionless light. As the first dawn breaks through the mountain mists that refuse to disperse among the fir trees, spilling onto the rhododendron trunks blanketed in thick lichens, the red panda slowly opens his eyes. His eyes are dark, bright, and rounded, rimmed by a circle of pure white fur, looking as if he had accidentally caught the first hoarfrost of the high mountains during the long passage of years. He does not behave like other wild animals, scattering in panic or foraging frantically at the very first light of dawn. Instead, he simply stands up quietly at the highest reach of the trunk, elegantly and tepidly stretching his somewhat rounded body, and casts his gaze toward the undulating snow-capped mountains in the distance. There, the peaks transition from a freezing cold blue to a warm orange-red in the dawn light, and his inner world seems to grow immensely enriched and serene along with this shift in color. He begins to pace across the thick tree trunks with footsteps so light that not a single sound can be heard, as if his physical form possesses no weight, floating like a red cloud atop the green moss. The bottom of the red panda's paws is covered with an exceptionally thick layer of white fur. This unique anatomy serves not only as natural fur boots to resist freezing rocks and bark, but allows him to walk upon the jagged, rugged plateau as though treading on the finest velvet carpet. He walks at a leisurely pace, stopping every few steps to tilt his head slightly, as if listening to the delicate whispers left behind by the wind drifting through the arrow bamboo groves. This slowness, appearing somewhat dull to human eyes, is not a sign of an unagile mind, but a premier survival philosophy nurtured within an extreme environment. In a freezing alpine forest with critically low oxygen levels and severe scarcity of energy, any violent movement is an extreme overdraft on life, and he understands this deeply. Thus, he chooses to achieve the most thorough reconciliation with his surroundings, slowing his vital frequency to match the exact wavelength of this ancient old-growth forest with tens of thousands of years of history. By noon, the sunlight turns somewhat piercing, yet the wind across the high mountain still carries a lingering chill that has not entirely dissipated. The red panda brings his steps to a halt beside a mountain hollow lush with dense arrow bamboo. This is his secret dining room. He lowers his head, utilizing his front paws, which are armed with sharp, short claws yet move with exceptional tenderness, to grasp a verdant bamboo stalk with absolute precision. The secrets of science are often concealed within these unnoticed bodily details. The red panda's front paw features a false thumb specialized from the wrist bone, which allows him to grip items as dexterously as a human. He uses this unique anatomy to hold the bamboo leaves tightly, methodically sending the tenderest blades into his mouth to begin one highly regular chew after another. As a creature classified under the carnivore order yet choosing bamboo as its primary diet through a prolonged evolution, his digestive system faces tremendous challenges. Those hard fibers must undergo a long and inefficient journey within his stomach and intestines, a journey that demands his most ultimate patience and restraint during the day. After eating his fill, he exhibits no worldly anxiety. Instead, he locates a sun-drenched, lichen-covered ancient crossbranch, slowly settling his body down to enter his most cherished hours of face-washing and contemplation of the day. He extends his pink little tongue, meticulously licking his front paws, and then uses his dampened paws to wipe his cheeks and ears over and over again, his intent expression looking as if the entire universe has nothing to do with him. That rustling face-washing sound and the regular side-to-side movement of his jaw sound remarkably like the white noise of wind brushing through leaves in the dead of night, possessing a natural hypnotic magic. The surrounding world may be undergoing turbulent shifts, a bird of prey might swiftly streak past overhead, or a dark cloud might obscure the midday sun, yet he will not lose his composure over any of it. He simply maintains his own frequency, smoothing away all haste and restlessness of the plateau day with his wordless docility. Over the long passage of historical eras, the red panda did not always hide in such solitude within a mythical jungle. In ancient Eastern legends of anomalies, they were once mistakenly believed to be the ancient incarnations of the nine-tailed fox, or even viewed as wood and stone spirits capable of seeing through human hearts within the ocean of trees. However, this beautiful misunderstanding and their exceptionally gorgeous, warm reddish-brown coat once brought unforgettable scars of destiny and heavy burdens upon their family. During the Age of Discovery and the initial decades of modern civilization's expansion, greedy hunters bearing cold firearms shattered the millennia-old silence of this alpine forest. Many companions fell amidst the gunshots, their gorgeous pelts sent to the bustling world down the mountains to turn into vain ornaments upon the shoulders of wealthy ladies, while their originally vast home was carved to pieces by the scream of logging machines. Confronted by this dimension-reducing squeeze and bullying from a higher civilization, the weak red panda could not resist like a fierce beast. He possessed no sharp fangs, nor any lethal talons capable of tearing enemies apart. Yet he made the most resilient choice, to hide, hiding himself deeper and more thoroughly within the vertical cliffs and precipitous forest canopies where humans could not stand at all. With thousands of years of restraint and gentleness, he bred silently within the hollows of dead fir trees upon the, gazing coldly upon the wars and curtain falls sparked by human society for power and wealth. Those rises and falls that the human world deemed magnificent seemed to him perhaps nothing more than a brief thundershower upon the alpine meadows, arriving fiercely but vanishing just as fast. He was not warped by hatred, nor did he lose his trust in life. He would still sit upon the twilight branches, watching the passage of time with those clear eyes untainted by a single shred of impurity. This serene sense of fate imparts an otherworldly zen and sacredness to his presence. When we toss and turn in the deep of the night over the gains and losses of daily life or workplace friction, remembering that he stands upon the ancient trees of the Himalayan cliffs, watching the eternal starry sky with that calm, desireless gaze, can help release the greater part of our anxiety and grievances in an instant. The dusk colors the western sky of the Himalayan mountain range like overturned blue-purple ink, slowly bleeding across the horizon. The temperature within the valleys begins to plummet off a terrifying cliff, and all the warmth of the day is instantly swallowed by the freezing twilight of the plateau. The red panda knows the most difficult and longest freezing night of the day is drawing near, yet he still searches for a sanctuary to pass the night within the canopy layer dozens of meters above the ground without any rush. He finds a massive tree knot cavity sheltered from the wind, blanketed heavily with dry, soft moss, radiating the distinct resinous aroma of wood. Although red pandas are solitary wanderers, they maintain an exceptionally high degree of tacit understanding and gentle politeness toward each other's presence on this cruel winter night. He slowly curls into the cavity, not falling asleep immediately, but compressing his body into a mathematically perfect round ball, allowing that plush tail, which is longer than his torso and features 9 distinct rings, to exhibit a miraculous capacity for insulation at this hour. He utilizes his 2 front paws to gently cradle that thick tail, pulling it securely over his face and nose, acting as though he were donning a portable, all-natural down mask in the midst of ice and snow. From a scientific perspective, the structure of the fur on a red panda's tail is extraordinary. The hollow fibers are capable of locking in every single remaining ray of the daytime sun's temperature. This most generous gift of nature grants him a cocoon of warmth belonging completely to himself within this desolate old-growth forest devoid of human heating. Thus, he rests quietly inside the mossy tree hollow, listening to the heavy howling of the savage gales rushing through the fir needles outside, fully committing himself to this cold and tranquil night. The night has grown profoundly deep, and the entire Himalayan mountain range has fallen completely into an atmosphere of ether, silence, and absolute stillness. The wind has gradually died down, the snow has wordlessly ceased, and only the brilliant, vast Milky Way spans across the pitch-black sky, radiating an eternal and gentle glow. The red panda within the cavity has thoroughly entered his deepest dreamland, still maintaining the posture of embracing his tail, like a red meteor fallen into the mortal world, freezing into stillness within the embrace of the ancient tree. His breathing becomes exceptionally deep, steady, and slow. With every faint exhalation, a delicate cloud of white mist condenses in the freezing air of the cavity entrance, only to dissolve silently into the quiet starlight that we often search frantically for inner peace within the clamorous, friction-filled world of the day, unaware that this very tranquility has already flowed through the red panda on the distant plateau for thousands of years. He needs to prove his strength to no one, nor does he seek to conquer any unknown territories. He merely uses the slowest, gentlest posture to live out the fullest, most resilient truth of life. That unique air of ether and peace from the alpine old-growth forest now seems to flow gently into your room along this low, slow midnight narration, tenderly wrapping around all your weariness and anxieties. In this world, there are always corners that remain absolutely quiet, and there are always lives that pass their span without any rush. Therefore, please set down all your worries and anxieties from the day with a peaceful mind, and just like that red panda sleeping soundly in the canopy cavity, surrender your weary body entirely to the soft bed. The night is long, the breeze is gentle, the starlight is beautiful, and you, too, should sleep soundly now. Good night. When the last ray of the overly intense, blazing sunset leaves soundlessly, the vast tropical jungle, thriving to the point of near suffocation, finally welcomes the forgiveness of the dark night. Those brilliant colors that fought desperately for survival space under the sunlight begin to settle into a near-sacred silence within the heavy shadows spreading layer after layer. Yet, deep within this endless greenery fraught with unknowns and lurking dangers, the sleeping posture of one life has become the most incredible, breathtaking, and eternal riddle in the entire natural world. The toucan, a creature that forever represents tropical clamor, vitality, and splendor in human eyes, lives out an extremely introverted and motionless form of poetry in the night meticulously woven by the Creator. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. At this moment, all is silent. The fine strands of rain begin to tap a regular, gentle rhythm upon the layered banana leaves, while he stands at the edge of a deep tree hollow in a giant tree hundreds of years old. His massive beak, extending more than 20 centimeters and looking as though it were painted with the world's proudest colors, gleams with a faint, no longer ostentatious light under the sparse moonbeams. That long bill appears so heavy, so abrupt, as if it were a gorgeous burden of fate intentionally imposed when he was created. Yet, at this very moment before falling into slumber, he makes an anomalous gesture that makes all observers hold their breath. He slowly turns his head, tucking that giant beak exceptionally gently beneath the wing on one side, and then, folds his long tail upward, pinning it tightly against his own back. In this single instant, the toucan that was originally immense and full of visual impact completely vanishes. In its place is a rounded, submissive, and perfect black presence resembling a plush plant fruit. Through this ultimate folding, he hides himself entirely within the embrace of the dark night, no longer displaying any sharp edges to the world, simply immersing himself in a long dream of the ancient jungle amidst the boundless chirping of insects. The morning of the rainforest is never a gentle overture, but a grand symphony woven from countless sounds, lights, and shadows. When the piercing sunshine pierces through the heavy canopy layer, turning into countless golden swords thrusting straight into the forest floor, the toucan slowly awakens from the narrow tree hollow that wrapped him all night long. He unfolds that pair of somewhat stiff wings, exposing his giant beak hidden beneath the plumage once more to the morning air. Its bright yellow, emerald green, and deep crimson are instantly resurrected under the sun, dazzling like a rainbow sweeping through the woods. Yet, beneath this splendor hides a heavy pressure of survival and the first fracture of destiny that others cannot truly feel. His long beak occupies 1/3 of his total body length. In the eyes of many unformed observers, this might seem like an excellent weapon for showing off, fighting, or defending against predators in the jungle. But the truth of nature is far crueler than this. This massive bill is actually extremely fragile. Its interior is composed of countless minute, cancellous bony tissues, and the exterior is merely covered by a thin layer of keratin, possessing almost no hardness for combat. More fatally, this immense area makes his every flight through the woods remarkably clumsy. He cannot weave through the dense forest as nimbly as small passerine birds, and every takeoff must be accompanied by a massive consumption of physical strength and a precise compliance with the wind direction. He perches upon the branches of a Brazil nut tree soaring into the clouds, surrounded by the high-pitched, sharp calls of various songbirds that seem to declare territories or mock this slow-moving giant with a hollowly massive exterior. The toucan simply stands there silently, tilting his head slightly, gazing coldly and with restraint at this clamorous world through his deep eyes ringed with a patch of sky-blue skin. He knows he cannot hide this gown of vivid colors that feels like a curse, and he knows countless greedy predators are hidden in the shadows, staring at him like a moving target with icy gazes. In every single moment of the day, he must remain alert, bearing the dual squeeze of beauty and clumsiness, carefully searching for a balance point of survival within this perilous green labyrinth. The midday sun grows increasingly ferocious, and the air within the jungle feels as though it were boiled, hanging thick with a stifling, humid vapor woven from decaying vegetation and new life. In this period when even the air seems to solidify, the toucan begins the most frequent activity of his day, a prolonged gamble between feeding and body temperature. He begins to leap slowly through the high reaches of the canopy layer. Unable to sustain prolonged, continuous flight, he relies more often on his feet to execute precise hops between thick vines. His massive beak finally reveals another layer of the creator's intent at this hour. The long structure allows him to easily reach those tropical berries growing at the very tips of fragile twigs, completely unreachable by other heavy birds. He utilizes the precise tip of his beak to harvest a ripe passion fruit exceptionally gently, tilting his head slightly back to let the fruit slide down the long passage into his throat using gravity, the entire movement elegant, restrained, without a single shred of savage tearing. Yet the true essence of science often manifests at the very edge of survival. This massive beak is not merely his harvesting tool, but the core air conditioning system within his body. Noon temperatures in the rainforest are extremely high, and birds possess no sweat glands to dissipate heat. The surface of the toucan's immense bill is densely webbed with minute networks of blood vessels. As blood flows through this expansive region, the long beak acts like a highly efficient radiator, continuously releasing his excess internal heat into the air. However, this simultaneously signifies a massive risk. If a cold rain suddenly sweeps through the jungle at this moment, these vessels turn into a lethal loophole for losing body heat. He must constantly calculate the wind speed and the temperature of the sun while foraging and replenishing energy, controlling his heartbeat and blood flow within an exceptionally delicate rhythm. He moves through the woods without any rush, pausing for a long time beneath the deep shade of a broad elephant ear leaf after swallowing a few fruits, opening his long beak slightly to exchange life energy with this cruel yet bountiful land in silent breaths. Throughout the prolonged breeding season, the power dynamics and survival struggles the toucan must confront are far more complex than merely coping with the climate. They do not possess the powerful wood-boring capabilities of woodpeckers. Thus, to rear offspring, they must locate natural tree hollows within this ancient jungle or occupy old residences abandoned by other birds. Upon the moss-covered trunk of an old gall tree, he once set his sights upon a premier tree hole, a warm place slowly hollowed out by termites and fungi through hundreds of years of wind and rain. Yet, good dwellings in the jungle are forever a scarce resource, and on that occasion, he encountered a fierce forest eaglehawk searching for a nesting site as well. Confronted by a raptor that, though slightly smaller in frame, possessed razor-sharp talons and beak, the toucan could not engage in direct physical combat, for he knew that any damage to his long beak spelled the arrival of death. In that twilight thick with a crushing pressure, he perched upon the opposite branch, continuously opening his massive beak, flashing its terrifying serrated edges and piercing colors as a defense mechanism, releasing a low, hoarse, frog-like warning call. That was not a furious roar, but a psychological gamble under immense tension. he utilized his entire strength to disguise his power, using his gorgeous plumage to intimidate the opponent. Locked in a stalemate for a full hour, the Eaglehawk was ultimately forced back by his immense, bizarre visual pressure, beating its wings to fly toward a deeper valley. He won, winning this safe haven where he could rear the next generation, yet there was no sliver of triumphal joy in his heart at that moment, only endless exhaustion. As he carefully stepped into that narrow, dark tree hollow, the sun was gradually sinking beneath a layered ocean of trees, completely dissolving his lonely silhouette into the growth rings of the wood. The speed at which the night curtain falls is astonishingly rapid. Within a few short minutes, the originally stifling jungle is ruled by a cold, damp atmosphere. Those long beaks that supported the toucan's heat dissipation by day suddenly turn into the most perilous source of cold at this hour, as the surrounding temperature drops below a point his blood vessels can bear. This is precisely why he displays that breathtaking, folded posture every single night. It is his deepest compromise with nature, and his gentlest rescue of his own life. Deep within this tree hollow that is narrow to the point of making a turn near impossible, he slowly crouches his body down, his two powerful blue-gray feet gripping firmly onto the textured bark of the interior. He takes a deep breath, turning that massive beak, which bore countless stairs and heavy pressures by day, 180 degrees backward, resting it smoothly and gently along his spine, and drawing his broad, thick black wing over it like a heavy velvet blanket. Immediately following, his long tail feathers, originally utilized to balance his body in flight, flip upward with a sharp snap like a spring-loaded mechanism, pinning flat against the exterior of his wing-covered back. In scientific studies, this unique skeletal joint structure is termed caudal vertebrae specialization, permitting their tail section to undergo significant reverse bending. Through this exquisite structural geometry of the body, the toucan successfully reduces all bare parts prone to radiating heat and all excess surface area to an absolute minimum. He turns himself into a perfect closed system, locking the body temperature accumulated by day tightly within the minute spaces at the base of his feathers, resisting the deep chill that seeps into the bones in the rainforest midnight. A torrential downpour begins to fall outside, the wild gale making the ancient trunks release heavy creaks, and countless nocturnal predators begin to patrol silently beneath the trees. But he can no longer hear or see them. Within this warm, absolutely secure geometric sanctuary crafted with his own body, he lets down all his guard completely. The tropical rainforest by now has been fully comforted by a gentle, lingering midnight rain. Countless minute water droplets gather and slide down the bizarrely shaped leaves, releasing a highly regular rustling sound that brings an immense peace to the inner soul. The toucan sleeps exceptionally steadily within that hidden tree hollow, his breathing slowed to a quarter of his daytime rate, his every faint rise and fall bearing a form of vital restraint and dignity. We often wear heavy masks in the world of the day, displaying sharp edges and splendors that do not belong to our true inner selves, looking very much like the toucan's massive, vivid beak by day. But please remember, when the night arrives, you similarly possess the right to fold yourself away and tuck your sharp edges out of sight. This world no longer demands that you maintain a perfect image, nor does it require you to calculate gains, losses, and dangers. You need only retreat into your own bed, and like that clever toucan, hide all your heavy burdens beneath gentle wings. That stillness and order originating from the deepest depths of the Amazon basin is now quietly soaking into your room along with these low, slow notes, smoothing away the very last flickering anxiety in your mind. All things have returned to their places, the wind is saying goodbye to you, the rain is singing for you, and that bird of brilliant colors has already guarded an absolute safety for you in the darkness. Now, please close your eyes completely, relax your breathing, and alongside him, drift into a peaceful slumber within the breath of the rainforest. Good night. In the desolate polar night where even time seems completely frozen, what posture must a life assume to endure the ultimate cold of -60 degrees and the boundless darkness? This is the Antarctic continent, the southernmost tip of the earth, where the air is as dry as invisible sand, and the howling of the blizzard cuts as sharply as thousands of steel knives rubbing together at once. Most living creatures cannot establish a foothold in such an extreme environment, flying far away long before the land is completely swallowed by darkness. Yet, there is a species that chooses to bring new life into the world during the harshest winter. The emperor penguin chick, a tiny life endowed with a coat of gray, fluffy down and a waddling gait, lives out a survival epic that shakes the universe between the boundless sheets of hard ice and wild gales. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. When the darkness of the polar night heavily cloaks the entire wilderness like a massive shroud of black heavenly fabric, he stands all alone at the edge of the ice sheet, his faint breath instantly turning into a plume of white frost in the air. His tiny body is so delicate, so fragile, as if a slightly more violent blizzard could completely erase him from this sheet of blue ice. Yet, there is no dread, nor is there despair. At the end of his vision, thousands of identical small gray lives are huddled tightly together, forming a massive, slowly shifting fortress of warmth in the darkness. That is a miracle condensed from countless faint body temperatures under nature's most brutal compression, where every emperor penguin chick restrains its own instincts for the survival of its companions. In this realistic world that worships independence and competition, his survival relies not on sharp teeth and claws, nor on fleeing alone, but on a form of unconditional huddling that feels akin to faith. Throughout this 40-minute peaceful narration, let us follow his faint breath that refuses to extinguish in the blizzard, and search together for that ultimate warmth capable of wrapping around all the weariness of the human world. The night of the ice sheet is long and endless. Here, there is no alternation of sunrise and sunset, only the dimming and brightening of starlight and the waxing and waning of storms. When a massive blizzard capable of tearing steel plates sweeps through the entirety of Atka Bay without warning, the emperor penguin chick encounters the first violent fracture that drives his destiny forward. The wild gale kicks up hard ice crystals, violently battering everything at a speed of 160 km per hour. Visibility drops to zero in an instant, leaving only a chaotic void of white. In this terrifying moment, his father, whom he had been relying upon, suffers a violent sway of his body in the fierce wind due to prolonged extreme starvation and physical exhaustion. It is this single stumble that forces his feet, which had been hidden all along beneath the warm, fleshy brood patch flap of his father's belly, to step unexpectedly onto the hard and piercingly freezing ice, surrounded by boundless darkness and roaring winds. If he leaves his father's shelter for more than a few minutes, his delicate internal organs will be completely frozen, and his life will drift toward a desperate, irrecoverable end. He flaps his tiny wings, which have not yet grown feathers, clumsily and frantically upon the ice, releasing sharp and hopeless cries in an attempt to rediscover that single familiar warmth amidst the chaos. However, the sound of the storm is too loud, drowning out all his calls and dispersing the faint scent of his father. This is his first time directly facing the shadow of death, as nature teaches him in the most brutal way just how insignificant an individual's power is upon this frozen continent. He must make a choice within a matter of minutes: either cease resistance in the cold and fall into an eternal sleep, or rely on the instinct that has flowed through his genes for millennia to seek out the collective that can accommodate him. With a waddling yet resolute gait, faces the gale that is strong enough to blow him away, moving step by step, painstakingly toward that hazy, massive black shadow in the darkness. That shadow stands firm in the wind and snow like an ancient, silent volcano, radiating a faint yet eternal heat of life, the final line of defense built by the penguin family with their own flesh. When the emperor penguin chick finally expends his last shred of strength to crash into that massive collective, an ineffable, completely wrapped sense of security instantly swallows him whole. This is a warming huddle spontaneously formed by thousands of adult penguins and chicks. In scientific research, this unique survival behavior is termed social thermoregulation. Inside this huddle, the air seems to stop moving, the -60-degree bitter cold is blocked at the outermost layer, and the temperature of the core area can even reach an astonishing 30 degrees Celsius. He is like a microscopic grain of sand merging into this warm ocean composed of feathers, flesh, and breath, surrounded entirely by thick, soft breasts pressing him gently into a safe pocket of feathers. Here, there is no fighting, no trampling. All lives follow a near-sacred movement pattern of an exceptionally slow rhythm. In order to ensure that the companions on the outermost layer, who are bearing the brunt of the blizzard and whose bodies are on the verge of freezing solid, do not perish, the entire huddle begins to shift as a single whole at an imperceptible speed. Every penguin moves its steps with extreme slowness, shifting from the core area to the perimeter, and then gently retreating from the perimeter back to the core, moving like a slowly crawling wall of life upon the ice sheet. He follows this grand rhythm, his tiny webbed feet stepping onto the ice coated with the warmth of his companions, moving forward a mere few centimeters every few minutes. This movement is so gentle, so restrained, devoid of any haste, appearing like a silent slow dance rehearsed for thousands of years in the dark. Throughout this process, He feels the long heartbeats emanating from his front, back, left, and right, as thousands of heartbeats converge at this moment into a low-frequency resonance. That sound closely resembles the distant tides in the dead of night, or the completely reassuring ambient environment within a mother's womb, gradually pacifying his body which had been trembling violently from fear. He narrows his eyes slightly, resting his head against the plush down of a stranger companion in front of him, feeling the most ultimate tranquility of life within this solid fortress built upon mutual trust. Throughout the prolonged 4-month wait of the polar night, the survival crises the Emperor Penguin Chick must endure extend far beyond the storm before his eyes. There is also the psychological compression of hunger and deep isolation. Although the warmth within the huddle can preserve his life, the hunger in his stomach cuts like an invisible, blunt knife, torturing him in every silent moment. His mother departed for the open seas months ago to forage for food, and is currently drifting hundreds of kilometers away amidst icy, perilous, and treacherous countercurrents. Meanwhile, his father, who remained on land, has kept vigil over him for nearly 100 days without eating or drinking. The fat stores within his body have long been exhausted, and his skin hangs loose like an ill-fitting, old garment. On certain deep nights when the storm slightly subsides, the huddle undergoes a brief relaxation, and he pokes his tiny head out from the narrow gaps to gaze up at the sky which is entirely devoid of light. The loneliness of that moment is overwhelming, surrounded by serene blue glaciers extending to the ends of the earth, with no green trees, no red flowers, nor a single trace of life other than his companions. He often wonders if his mother can still find the road home among the fractured ice floes, and how many more freezing nights his father's nearly depleted body can sustain. This dread of the unknown and yearning for his parents is the right and price he must bear at this age, the price of being the king of the ice sheet. Yet, whenever he feels despair and wants to cease his calls, a nearby companion will always extend a broad flipper, gently brushing through his gray down to grant him wordless reassurance. On this desolate continent forgotten by civilization, the love and bonds between individuals are magnified countless times, becoming the sole weapon to combat a cosmic solitude. Learning from his father's example, he straightens his body out, using those eyes that, though youthful, have already looked through the wind and snow, to gaze calmly into the boundless darkness, silently constructing a complete imagination of spring within his heart. The turning point of destiny often manifests at that exact critical juncture where life is most exhausted and closest to its limit. In the 4th month of the polar night, the penguins within the huddle have reached the edge of exhausting their final lights. The weight of many adult penguins has been reduced by half, and every single shift of their steps is accompanied by the heavy friction of their joints. On this very night, a crystal-shattering, resonant crack suddenly echoes from the distant edge of the ice sheet, making the entire continent seem to tremble slightly. That is the sound of open-sea ice floes battering the fast ice under the push of ocean currents. It delivers an exceptionally vital signal. The ocean is closing in. Immediately following, at the deepest edge of the darkness on the horizon, a faint, near-transparent strand of pink-purple dawn light slowly bleeds across the night sky like a fairy's veil. That is the long-awaited glimmer upon the Antarctic continent, the first gentle overture signaling that the polar night is passing and the sun is about to return. Beneath this strand of light, a massive, dense mass of silhouettes begins to appear upon the distant ice line, accompanied by bursts of high-pitched, rapid, and joy-filled calls. The mothers have returned, their bellies are packed with fresh fish and shrimp, their bodies filled with the yearning for reunion, and they are running frantically toward home across the fractured ice gaps. The entire huddle erupts into a complete boil at this instant, as tens of thousands of penguins release calls simultaneously, their diverse voices weaving in the air to compose a grand symphony of life. The Emperor Penguin Chick stands amidst the crowd, straining his neck high, utilizing his unique frequency to release sharp cries, searching for his one and only mother among tens of thousands of similar voices. When that familiar, warm body finally parts the crowd and cradles him tightly into her embrace, all the cold, hunger, and dread of the past 4 months completely dissolve into that single warm regurgitated feeding and tight hold upon the Antarctic continent now. That pink-purple strand of light is growing increasingly expansive, gradually coating the entirety of the blue ice with a layer of gentle gold. The wind has died down completely, the blizzard has long vanished without a trace, and only those grand glaciers extending to the horizon exude an eternal, tranquil aura within the quiet radiance. Having survived a life-and-death ordeal, the emperor penguin chick now rests securely beneath the newly formed, warm skin flap of his mother's brood pouch, his stomach fully packed and his heart filled with an unprecedented sense of groundedness. His eyes are completely closed, his tiny body rising and falling slightly along with his mother's regular heartbeat, every single breath appearing so relaxed, so serene that we often feel thoroughly exhausted within a realistic world full of competition and internal friction, feeling as though we are a solitary bird losing its direction in a blizzard, unable to locate a harbor to huddle within. But please remember, just like the penguins upon the Antarctic wilderness, the greatest power of life is often hidden within the gentlest gathering and mutual trust. Although this world is occasionally cold, there is always a corner capable of accommodating your fragility, and there is always a bed capable of granting you an absolutely secure wrap. Now, the wind and rain outside have nothing to do with you, and please let those gains and losses of the day, along with the anxieties of the unknown, drift away with them. You have returned to the safest nest, like that emperor penguin chick sleeping soundly at the end of the polar night. Completely relax your body and sink into this warm night. The night is long, the dreamscape is warm, the glimmer has appeared, and you, too, should sleep soundly now. Good night. On the desolate crest of the clouds where even breathing feels difficult, what kind of posture must a life assume to endure such ultimate loneliness and bitter cold? This is the Andes Mountains at an altitude of 4,000 meters, where the air is as thin as a veil of transparent gauze and the sound of the wind cuts as sharply as a blade. Most living creatures here are always in a hurried rush, exhausted merely by the act of survival, yet, there is a creature that chooses to let time unfold with infinite slowness here. The alpaca, a life endowed with a fluffy, soft appearance, has lived out a form of motionless poetry between the coldest rocks and the most barren alpine meadows. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. As the night curtains fall low and the star-filled sky scatters like broken diamonds upon the perennial snow, he stands at the highest point of the plateau, slightly narrowing those clear, ethereal eyes. In those eyes, there is no dread, no resistance to the bitter cold, but only an ultimate tranquility that has looked through the wind and frost. He stands perfectly still, as if he himself were a part of the ancient mountain, letting the night breeze brush through the dense, soft fleece upon his body. That wool gleams with a faint silver hue under the moonlight, like a layer of warm armor, gently insulating him from all the cold and clamor of the outside world. In this fast-paced world, his every breath, his every chew, and his every measured step are as slow as a profound meditation. He cares not where the world below has evolved, nor does he heed the playful titles humans have bestowed upon him. He simply guards his own peace upon this ancient plateau. The morning on the plateau often begins with a glimmer of near motionless light. As the first dawn breaks through the mountain mists of the Andes, spilling onto the frost-laden Ichu grass, the alpaca slowly opens his eyes. His eyelashes are very long, bearing tiny ice crystals that slide down soundlessly into the soft soil with a gentle blink. He does not behave like other wild animals, scattering in panic or foraging frantically at the very first light of dawn. Instead, he simply stands up quietly, elegantly stretching his somewhat slow-moving body, and casts his gaze toward the undulating mountains in the distance. There, the peaks transition from a cold blue to a warm orange-red in the dawn light, and his inner world seems to grow immensely enriched along with this shift in color. He begins to pace across the meadow with footsteps so light that not a single sound can be heard, as if his physical form possesses no weight, floating like a single cloud atop the blades of grass. The bottom of the alpaca's hooves features thick, soft pads. This unique anatomy allows him to walk upon the jagged, rocky plateau as though treading on the finest carpet. He walks at a leisurely pace, stopping every few steps to tilt his head slightly, as if listening to the whispers left behind by the wind drifting through the valley. This slowness is not a sign of dullness, but a premier survival wisdom nurtured within an extreme environment. On a plateau with critically low oxygen levels, any violent movement is an extreme consumption of life, and he understands this deeply. Thus, he chooses to reconcile with his surroundings, slowing his vital frequency to match the exact wavelength of these ancient mountains. By noon, the sunlight turns somewhat piercing, yet the wind across the plateau still carries a lingering chill that has not entirely dissipated. The alpaca brings his steps to a halt beside a massive block of weathered granite, where a relatively lush patch of low-lying grass grows. He lowers his head, utilizing those soft, flexible lips to delicately touch the blades, selecting the freshest parts. His feeding process resembles a meticulously choreographed ritual, free from competition, free from haste, defined only by one highly regular chew after another. The secrets of science are often concealed within these unnoticed details. As a ruminant, the alpaca possesses an exceptionally efficient yet slow digestive system. Those coarse fibers must undergo a long journey within his stomach, a journey that demands his ultimate patience. After eating his fill, he finds a sun-drenched slope, slowly settling his body down to enter his most cherished hours of rumination of the day. His jaw begins to move regularly from side to side, producing an infinitesimal, rustling friction that sounds remarkably like the white noise of wind brushing through leaves in the dead of night. His eyes are half open and half closed, his gaze defocused into the void. His countenance closely resembles a centenarian looking back on past memories from a relaxing chair. This habit of rumination is not merely a digestion of food, but feels more like taking everything seen and heard during the day, along with every draft of wind that blew past him, and placing it in his heart to be reconsidered and savored anew. The surrounding world may be undergoing turbulent shifts, a bird might swiftly streak past, or a dark cloud might obscure the sun, yet he will not lose his composure over any of it. He simply maintains that steady frequency, beat after beat, smoothing away all restlessness with his wordless rhythm. Over the long passage of years, the alpacas did not always drift in such solitude. They were once the most revered guardians of the Inca Empire. In Machu Picchu, that ancient site known as the City in the Clouds, his ancestors accompanied the old priests, witnessing the prosperity and the eventual curtain fall of a civilization. The people of that era worshipped them, viewing them as gifts bestowed upon the earth by the gods, for they brought not only warm pelts but a form of spiritual solace. Today, the splendor of the empire has long dissolved into moss-covered ruins of stone, and the golden palaces have turned to dust within the pages of history books. Yet the alpacas remain here, their appearance has not altered, their steps have not changed, and their attachment to this land remains entirely untouched. He occasionally stands beside those ancient stone walls, letting the setting sun elongate his lonely, elegant silhouette. Those wars sparked by humans for power and territory seem to him perhaps nothing more than a brief thundershower upon the plateau, arriving fiercely but vanishing just as fast. With thousands of years of restraint and gentleness, he gazes coldly upon the rises and falls of human history, becoming the longest-lasting keeper of this destiny. This serene sense of fate imparts a sacred aura to his presence that transcends mundane matters. He is not the main protagonist of history, yet with his long and slow life, he silently records the passage of time, healing the scars left by eras. When we toss and turn in the deep of the night over the gains and losses of daily life, remembering that he stands by the ancient ruins, watching time with that calm gaze, can help release the greater part of our anxiety. The dusk colors the western sky of the Andes Mountains like overturned blue-purple ink, slowly bleeding across the horizon. The temperature begins to plummet off a cliff, and the warmth of the day is instantly swallowed by the freezing twilight of the plateau. The alpaca knows the most difficult hour of the day is drawing near, yet he still searches for a place to pass the night on the meadow without any rush. He finds a hollow sheltered from the wind, where his companions have gathered, adjusting their distances from one another in silence. The alpaca is a highly social creature that nevertheless maintains a polite distance, and intense conflicts rarely break out among them. In the freezing night, they spontaneously form a circle, their bodies coming into slight contact, shielding the young offspring within the warmest, central core. He stands on the outer perimeter, facing the night wind that has begun to rage, holding his head high and letting tiny snowflakes land upon his muzzle. That immensely fluffy, thick fleece begins to exhibit a marvelous capacity for insulation, locking in every ray of the daytime sun within the hollow fibers of the wool. From a scientific perspective, the insulation properties of alpaca wool are extraordinary. It contains almost no grease, ensuring it does not lose its warmth due to moisture. This most generous gift of nature grants him a portable haven of warmth in this wilderness devoid of trees. Thus, he stands quietly amidst the wind and snow, closing his eyes, feeling the faint warmth emanating from his companions' bodies, fully committing himself to this cold and tranquil night. The night has grown profoundly deep, and the Andes Mountains have fallen completely into an atmosphere of ether and absolute stillness. The wind has died down, the snow has ceased, and only the brilliant Milky Way spans across the pitch-black sky, radiating an eternal glow. The alpaca finally kneels down slowly upon the ground, submissively tucking his limbs beneath his torso, compressing himself into a rounded, fluffy presence of pure warmth. His breathing becomes exceptionally deep and slow. With every exhalation, a faint cloud of white mist condenses in the freezing air, only to dissolve silently into the starlight that we often search far and wide for inner peace, unaware that this very tranquility has already flowed through the alpaca on the distant plateau for thousands of years. He needs to prove nothing to the world, nor does he seek to conquer anything. He merely uses the slowest posture to live out the fullest resilience of life. That unique air of ether and peace from the highlands now seems to flow gently into your room along this tender melody, wrapping around your weariness. In this world, there are always corners that remain quiet, and there are always lives that unfold without any rush. Therefore, please set down all your worries with a peaceful mind, and just like that alpaca sleeping soundly in the clouds, surrender your body to the soft bed. The night is long, the breeze is gentle, the starlight is beautiful, and you, too, should sleep soundly now. Good night. When the last ray of the sweltering golden sunshine is soundlessly swallowed by the boundless wilderness of red earth, the land finally welcomes the stillness of the night. In the deepest reaches of the most parched and severe savanna plain, how long a journey must a life traverse to find the path leading to hope amidst layered crises? The wind here carries a sliver of ancient desolation, and the grass releases rustling whispers in the dark, as if narrating an ancient riddle of time and memory. Most living creatures appear terrified and uneasy during the dry season, for the resources of survival are being drawn away from this land shred by shred at a visible speed. Yet, there is a life that, at this most critical juncture, still chooses to lead her entire immense family, maintaining the slowest and most stable pace in the universe. The African elephant matriarch, this wise elder who has lived a full 60 years and whose body is as rough as a statue of weathered granite, has become the most reassuring, eternal landscape upon the entire wilderness. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into her true life. At this moment, the setting sun is like a bonfire on the verge of burning out, casting her incredibly massive silhouette, leaning slightly forward, extremely long across the red earth. In those eyes webbed with the creases of time, there is not a single shred of fretfulness from being unable to locate a water source, but only an ultimate tranquility that has looked through life and death, spanning half a century. She slowly lifts her heavy footpad and places it exceptionally solidly upon the red clay. Every single footfall feels as if it were a profound and ancient dialogue with the pulse of the earth. In this world that worships speed and plunder, her wisdom manifests not in sharp teeth and claws, but in her obstinate adherence to ancient memories and her gentle guardianship of bloodline kinships. Throughout the slow narration of the next 40 minutes, let us follow her stable steps that span thousands of miles, step by step, kneading our inner anxieties entirely into the serene night of the wilderness. The drought of the wilderness has already persisted for a full 5 months. The originally thriving acacia trees now possess nothing but withered branches, and the surface of the earth has cracked into deep, wound-like fissures. The air is thick with the scorching scent of parched soil, and all animals are erupting into violent conflicts for the last few mouthfuls of turbid muddy water. Order is confronting the first violent fracture of destiny. At this pivotal turning point determining the life and death of the entire family, the African elephant matriarch slowly brings her heavy steps to a halt beside an old riverbed that has long dried into yellow sand. Her 2 massive ears, already somewhat torn at the rims, flap gently, capturing those faint tremors from deep beneath the ground that humans cannot hear at all. The young female elephants within the family begin to appear restless and anxious, the calves release feeble wails from excessive thirst, and all gazes are currently condensed heavily upon the matriarch alone. As the absolute authority and spiritual leader of the herd, any single erroneous decision she makes means that the offspring behind her might reduce to a pile of white bones upon the wilderness during the subsequent long migration. Yet, the matriarch does not blindly follow the migratory routes of other animals. She simply stands quietly in the dead center of the scalding yellow sand, plunging into a prolonged contemplation. Within her brain, she is frantically flipping through a memory map spanning 50 years, a similarly tragic, extraordinary drought she experienced with her mother when she was in her teens. Those ancient routes and hidden springs buried by time slowly pierce through the mists of eras at this moment, resketching clear textures within her mind. She does not urge her family, nor does she release furious roars. She merely turns her body around, utilizing her exceptionally flexible trunk to harvest an incredibly gentle caress upon the skull of the small calf beside her that is on the verge of collapse. That single touch bears the deepest affection and restraint of a mother and a grandmother, as if soundlessly telling everyone, "Do not fear, follow my steps closely, we are going home." Following this, she turns her body and once more commences her stable pace, one that is highly regular like a clockwork pendulum and never panics, walking resolutely toward that desolate, rocky hill path that appears entirely hopeless to everyone else. The path through the rugged rocky hills is exceptionally arduous, the scalding rocks as sharp as knives, yet beneath the matriarch's feet, which are lined with thick, cushioned pads, these obstructions are gently dissolved. When the sun climbs to the meridian and the temperature of the wilderness reaches its absolute peak, the matriarch pauses once more before a massive, ancient baobab tree with a diameter reaching several meters, which is nearly withered to death. She touches the bark gently with her trunk, and subsequently releases low-frequency infrasound calls that humans cannot hear and can only be felt through the earth, a midnight secret decipherable solely by the elephant family. The secrets of science are often concealed within these unknown details. Relying on the sensitive nerves on their footpads and a specialized laryngeal anatomy, elephants are capable of transmitting infrasound to companions dozens of kilometers away. During this long and silent afternoon, the matriarch utilizes this ancient method to exchange information regarding safety and water sources with another migrating herd far in the distance. Having confirmed the route ahead, she does not rush to lead the herd onward. Instead, she chooses to guide her family into the most soothing, motionless hours of the day beneath this rare shade. She begins to wrap her trunk around the dry grass on the ground, methodically placing it into her mouth to chew, her every movement as slow as an exceptionally gentle gamble with time. This slowness, appearing somewhat incredible to ordinary people, is actually a premier survival philosophy she has synthesized at this age and in this environment, to learn to preserve every single shred of physical strength during the most difficult times. The younger elephants mimic her example, settling into quietude one after another, clustering around her massive body, their skins rubbing gently against each other, radiating a deeply reassuring animal warmth. Within this fortress built of massive physical forms and mild bonds, the small calf finally succumbs to exhaustion, leaning against the matriarch's thick, pillar-like legs to fall into a deep sleep. The surrounding wilderness may remain full of brutal survival competition, and a pride of greedy lions might be casting starved stares from the distant bushes. Yet, as long as the matriarch's mountain-like body still stands here, there will not be a sliver of dread within the hearts of the entire family. They simply guard their own rhythm of life in wordless serenity. Throughout the prolonged passage of half a century, the African elephant matriarch was not always this revered and serene. The deep recesses of her life were once etched with the crushing pressures and violent scars of an era. In that crazed and chaotic era 20 or 30 years ago, ivory became a luxury item greedily pursued by the human world, and cold gunshots shattered the millennia-old quietude of this ancient plain. She once witnessed her own mother, the matriarch of the herd at the time, fall desperately into a pool of blood during a brutal hunt to protect her younger self, those tusks violently sawed away. That disaster of an era not only tore away her kin but stripped her of the carefree youth a young elephant ought to possess, thrusting her onto the edge of a destiny where she was forced to mature rapidly, confronted by a human civilization armed with modern weapons and boundless greed. The weak elephants could not engage in direct physical combat and vengeance, for that signified the annihilation of the entire species. Yet, she made the most intelligent and resilient choice. She learned to avoid human settlements, learned to conceal their tracks within the night and dense woods, burying hatred deeply within her heart to transform it into an immense power guarding her family. With decades of restraint, endurance, and gentleness, she gazed coldly upon the conflicts and curtain falls sparked by human society for money and territory, becoming the longest-lasting recorder of this savannah destiny. Those rises and falls deemed magnificent within human history seemed to her perhaps nothing more than a transient dust storm upon the red clay, arriving fiercely but vanishing just as fast. When she passes those ancient, weed-grown ruins of conflict today, she stops her family, using her trunk to gently caress those cold, broken walls. She has not been warped by hatred, nor has she lost the mild, noble nature inherent to the bones of the elephant family. She still utilizes the gentlest posture to nurture every newborn child. When we toss and turn in the deep of the night over material disputes, unfair treatment, or mental friction in our daily lives, remembering that she stands beneath the savannah sky, watching time with that calm gaze that transcends life, death, and hatred, can help release the greater part of our grievances and anxieties in an instant. When time arrives at the dusk of the migration's 7th day, the matriarch, relying on her astonishing memory and fortitude, finally brings her family before an ancient stone wall hidden deep within a canyon. The surface here is similarly parched, without a single trace of flowing water. Despair begins to bleed from the eyes of the young females, yet the matriarch's gaze turns boundlessly deep at this exact hour. She walks slowly before a moss-covered rock face that appears entirely unextraordinary, extending her rough, textured trunk to initiate an exceptionally precise excavation within the dry rock crevices. She first uses her trunk to clear away heavy debris, and subsequently utilizes the uniquely strong forelimbs of an elephant to scoop away the soft soil, beat after regular beat. When the depth reaches nearly a meter, a stream of underground spring water, bearing a faint earthy fragrance and crystal clarity, finally infiltrates soundlessly along the gravel. This is the vital miracle that can be mastered solely by an old elder who has weathered half a century of frost, to excavate the sweetest hope beneath the most desperate desolation. The calves erupt into excited cheers, yet the matriarch does not step forward to drink first. She merely steps back a pace, standing mildly on the outer perimeter, permitting her starved offspring to thoroughly enjoy this gift of nature. At this moment, within the very last gentle afterglow of the setting sun, the matriarch's body is coated with a sacred rim of crimson gold. She appears precisely like an ancient deity guarding the wilderness. She watches her children draw water and play with their trunks in silence, feeling that ultimate joy and satisfaction of bloodline continuity, and all the weariness of the past 7 days vanishes in this single instant. As the night sinks down completely at an unstoppable speed and the temperature turns cool and comfortable, she finally steps forward, drinking her own share of the clear spring, and subsequently leans her massive body submissively against the warm rock wall, prepared to welcome this peaceful night. The savanna plain by now has fallen entirely into an atmosphere of ether, depth, and absolute stillness. The wind has ceased completely, and those lives clamorous by day have currently drifted into slumber. Only a brilliant starry sky, resembling a silver river, spans quietly across the pitch-black firmament. Deep within the canyon, the elephant family has thoroughly quieted down, the calves sleeping exceptionally sweetly within the warmest core area, their breaths echoing softly through the valley. The matriarch, too, finally closes her wise eyes slowly. She does not lie down, but maintains a standing posture, her trunk resting securely before her torso as she enters her deepest dreamland. Her breathing becomes exceptionally deep, steady, and long. Every faint rise and fall carries a form of vital restraint, dignity, and boundless resilience. We often lose ourselves within a day world full of anxiety and rapid paces, feeling as though we are a solitary grain of dust thoroughly exhausted within the storms of fate. But please remember, just like the African elephant family upon the savanna wilderness, the greatest power of life is never a momentary explosion, but that slow, unhurried perseverance with a path mapped in the heart. Although this world is occasionally cruel, as long as a yearning for peace remains preserved in the depths of your heart, you can always find your own clear spring of life within this dark night. Now, please thoroughly shed the masks of the day, relax every single tightened nerve, and like that matriarch sleeping soundly beneath the starry sky, surrender your weary soul entirely to this secure night. The night is long, the breeze is gentle, the dreamscape of the earth is beautiful, and you, too, should sleep soundly now. Good night.